The Short, Happy Life of Francis Macomber. It was now lunchtime, and they were all sitting under the double green fly of the dining tent, pretending that nothing had happened. "Will you have lime juice or lemon squash?" Macomber asked. "I'll have a gimlet," Robert Wilson told him. "I'll have a gimlet too. I need something," Macomber's wife said. "I suppose it's the thing to do," Macomber agreed. "Tell him to make 3 gimlets. The mess boy had started them already, lifting the bottles out of the canvas cooling bags that sweated wet in the wind that blew through the trees that shaded the tents. "What had I ought to give them?" Macomber asked. "A quid would be plenty," Wilson told him. "You don't want to spoil them." "Will the head man distribute it?" "Absolutely." Francis Macomber had, half an hour before, been carried to his tent from the edge of the camp in triumph, on the arms and shoulders of the cook, the personnel boys, the skinner, and the porters. The gun bearers had taken no part in the demonstration. When the native boys put him down at the door of his tent, he had shaken all their hands, received their congratulations, and then gone into the tent and sat on the bed until his wife came in. She did not speak to him when she came in, and he left the tent at once to wash his face and hands in the portable wash basin outside and go over to the dining tent to sit in a comfortable canvas chair in the breeze and the shade. "You've got your lion," Robert Wilson said to him, "and a damned fine one too." Mrs. Macomber looked at Wilson quickly. She was an extremely handsome and well-kept woman, of the beauty and social position which had, 5 years before, commanded $5,000 as the price of endorsing, with photographs, a beauty product which she had never used. She had been married to Francis Macomber for 11 years. "He is a good lion, isn't he?" Macomber said. His wife looked at him now. She looked at both these men as though she had never seen them before. One, Wilson, the white hunter, she knew she had never truly seen before. He was about middle height, with sandy hair, a stubby mustache, a very red face, and extremely cold blue eyes with faint white wrinkles at the corners that grooved merrily when he smiled. He smiled at her now, and she looked away from his face, at the way his shoulders sloped in the loose tunic he wore, with the 4 big cartridges held in loops where the left breast pocket should have been, at his big brown hands, his old slacks, his very dirty boots, and back to his red face again. She noticed where the baked red of his face stopped in a white line that marked the circle left by his Stetson hat that hung now from one of the pegs of the tent pole. "Well, here's to the lion," Robert Wilson said. He smiled at her again and, not smiling, She looked curiously at her husband. Francis Macomber was very tall, very well built, if you did not mind that length of bone, dark, his hair cropped like an oarsman, rather thin-lipped, and was considered handsome. He was dressed in the same sort of safari clothes that Wilson wore, except that his were new. He was 35 years old, kept himself very fit, was good at court games, had a number of big game fishing records, and had just shown himself very publicly to be a coward. "Here's to the lion," he said. "I can't ever thank you for what you did." Margaret, his wife, looked away from him and back to Wilson. "Let's not talk about the lion," she said. Wilson looked over at her without smiling, and now she smiled at him. "It's been a very strange day," she said. "Hadn't you ought to put your hat on, even under the canvas at noon? You told me that, you know." "Might put it on," said Wilson. "You know you have a very red face, Mr. Wilson," she told him, and smiled again. "Drink," said Wilson. "I don't think so," she said. "Francis drinks a great deal, but his face is never red." "It's red today," Macomber tried a joke. "No," said Margaret. "It's mine that's red today, but Mr. Wilson's is always red." "Must be racial," said Wilson. "I say, you wouldn't like to drop my beauty as a topic, would you?" "I've just started on it." "Let's chuck it," said Wilson. "Conversation is going to be so difficult," Margaret said. "Don't be silly, Margot," her husband said. "No difficulty," Wilson said. "Got a damn fine lion." Margot looked at them both, and they both saw that she was going to cry. Wilson had seen it coming for a long time, and he dreaded it. Macomber was past dreading it. "I wish it hadn't happened. Oh, I wish it hadn't happened," she said, and started for her tent. She made no noise of crying, but they could see that her shoulders were shaking under the rose-colored, sun-proofed shirt she wore. "Woman upset," said Wilson to the tall man. "Amounts to nothing. Strain on the nerves and one thing and another." "No," said Macomber. "I suppose that I rate that for the rest of my life now." "Nonsense. Let's have a spot of the giant killer," said Wilson. "Forget the whole thing. Nothing to it anyway." "We might try," said Macomber. "I won't forget what you did for me, though." "Nothing," said Wilson. "All nonsense." So they sat there, in the shade, where the camp was pitched, under some wide-topped acacia trees, with a boulder-strewn cliff behind them, and a stretch of grass that ran to the bank of a boulder-filled stream in front with forest beyond it, and drank their just cool lime drinks, and avoided one another's eyes while the boys set the table for lunch. Wilson could tell that the boys all knew about it now, and when he saw Macomber's personal boy looking curiously at his master while he was putting dishes on the table, he snapped at him in Swahili. The boy turned away with his face blank. "What were you telling him?" Macomber asked. "Nothing. Told him to look alive, or I'd see he got about 15 of the best." "What's that? Lashes?" "It's quite illegal," Wilson said. "You're supposed to fine them." "Do you still have them whipped?" "Oh, yes. They could raise a row if they chose to complain, but they don't. They prefer it to the fines." "How strange," said Macomber. "Not strange, really," Wilson said. "Which would you rather do? Take a good birching or lose your pay?" Then he felt embarrassed at asking it, and before Macomber could answer, he went on. "We all take a beating every day, you know, one way or another." This was no better. Good God, he thought. I am a diplomat, aren't I? "Yes, we take a beating," said Macomber, still not looking at him. "I'm awfully sorry about that lion business. It doesn't have to go any further, does it? I mean, no one will hear about it, will they?" "You mean, will I tell it at the Mathiga Club?" Wilson looked at him now coldly. He had not expected this. So he's a bloody 4-letter man, as well as a bloody coward, he thought. I rather liked him, too, until today. But how is one to know about an American? "No," said Wilson. "I'm a professional hunter. We never talk about our clients. You can be quite easy on that. It's supposed to be bad form to ask us not to talk, though." He had decided now that to break would be much easier. He would eat, then, by himself, and could read a book with his meals. They would eat by themselves. He would see them through the safari on a very formal basis. What was it the French called it? Distinguished consideration. And it would be a damn sight easier than having to go through this emotional trash. He'd insult him and make a good clear break. Then he could read a book with his meals, and he'd still be drinking their whiskey. That was the phrase for it when a safari went bad. You ran into another white hunter, and you asked, "How is everything going?" And he answered, "Oh, I'm still drinking their whiskey." And you knew everything had gone to pot. "I'm sorry," Macomber said, and looked at him with his American face that would stay adolescent until it became middle-aged. And Wilson noticed his crew-cropped hair, fine eyes only faintly, shifty, good nose, thin lips, and handsome jaw. "I'm sorry I didn't realize that. There are lots of things I don't know." So what could he do? Wilson thought. He was all ready to break it off quickly and neatly, and here the beggar was apologizing after he had just insulted him. He made one more attempt. "Don't worry about me talking," he said. "I have a living to make. You know, in Africa, no woman ever misses her lion, and no white man ever bolts." "I bolted like a rabbit," Macomber said. Now what in hell were you going to do about a man who talked like that? Wilson wondered. Wilson looked at Macomber with his flat, blue, machine-gunner's eyes, and the other smiled back at him. He had a pleasant smile, if you did not notice how his eyes showed when he was hurt. Maybe I can fix it up on buffalo, he said. We're after them next, aren't we? In the morning, if you like, Wilson told him. Perhaps he had been wrong. This was certainly the way to take it. You most certainly could not tell a damn thing about an American. He was all for Macomber again. If you could forget the morning. But of course you couldn't. The morning had been about as bad as they come. Here comes the Mem Sahib, he said. She was walking over from her tent, looking refreshed and cheerful, and quite lovely. She had a very perfect oval face, so perfect that you expected her to be stupid. But she wasn't stupid, Wilson thought. No, not stupid. How is the beautiful, red-faced Mr. Wilson? Are you feeling better, Francis, my pearl? Oh, much, said Macomber. I've dropped the whole thing, she said, sitting down at the table. What importance is there to whether Francis is any good at killing lions? That's not his trade. That's Mr. Wilson's trade. Mr. Wilson is really very impressive killing anything. You do kill anything, don't you? Oh, anything, said Wilson. Simply anything. They are, he thought, the hardest in the world, the hardest, the cruelest, the most predatory, and the most attractive. And their men have softened or gone to pieces nervously as they have hardened. Or is it that they pick men they can handle? They can't know that much at the age they marry, he thought. He was grateful that he had gone through his education on American Woman before now, because this was a very attractive one. We're going after Buff in the morning, he told her. I'm coming, she said. No, you're not. Oh, yes, I am. Mayn't I, Francis? Why not stay in camp? Not for anything, she said. I wouldn't miss something like today for anything. When she left, Wilson was thinking. When she went off to cry, she seemed a hell of a fine woman. She seemed to understand, to realize, to be hurt for him, and for herself, and to know how things really stood. She is away for 20 minutes, and now she is back, simply enamored in that American female cruelty. They are the damnedest women. Really the damnedest. We'll put on another show for you tomorrow, Francis Macomber said. You're not coming, Wilson said. You're very mistaken, she told him. And I want so to see you perform again. You were lovely this morning. This is if blowing things' heads off is lovely. Here's the lunch, said Wilson. You're very merry, aren't you? Why not? I didn't come out here to be dull. Well, it hasn't been dull, Wilson said. He could see the boulders in the river and the high bank beyond with the trees, and he remembered the morning. Oh, no, she said. It's been charming. And tomorrow, you don't know how I look forward to tomorrow. That's eland he's offering you, Wilson said. They're the big cowy things that jump like hares, aren't they? I suppose that describes them, Wilson said. It's very good meat, Macomber said. Did you shoot it, Francis? She asked. Yes. They're not dangerous, are they? Only if they fall on you, Wilson told her. I'm so glad. Why not let up on the bitchery just a little, Margot? Macomber said, cutting the eland steak and putting some mashed potato, gravy, and carrot on the down-turned fork that tins through the piece of meat. I suppose I could, she said, since you put it so prettily. Tonight we'll have champagne for the lion, Wilson said. It's a bit too hot at noon. Oh, the lion, Margot said. I'd forgotten the lion. So, Robert Wilson thought to himself, she is giving him a ride, isn't she? Or do you suppose that's her idea of putting up a good show? How should a woman act when she discovers her husband is a bloody coward? She's damn cruel, but they're all cruel. They govern, of course, and to govern, one has to be cruel sometimes. Still, I've seen enough of their damn terrorism. Have some more eland, he said to her politely. That afternoon, late, Wilson and Macomber went out in the motor car with the native driver and the 2 gun-bearers. Mrs. Macomber stayed in the camp. It was too hot to go out, she said, and she was going with them in the early morning. As they drove off, Wilson saw her standing under the big tree, looking pretty rather than beautiful, in her faintly rosy khaki. Her dark hair drawn back off her forehead and gathered in a knot low on her neck. Her face as fresh, he thought, as though she were in England. She waved to them as the car went off through the swale of high grass and curved around through the trees into the small hills of Orchard Bush. In the Orchard Bush, they found a herd of impala, and leaving the car, they stalked one old ram with long, widespread horns, and Macomber killed it with a very creditable shot that knocked the buck down at a good 200 yards and sent the herd off, bounding wildly and leaping over one another's backs in long, leg-drawn-up leaps as unbelievable and as floating as those one makes sometimes in dreams. That was a good shot, Wilson said. They're a small target. Is it a worthwhile head? Macomber asked. It's excellent, Wilson told him. You shoot like that, and you'll have no trouble. Do you think we'll find buffalo tomorrow? There's a good chance of it. They feed out early in the morning, and with luck, we may catch them in the open. I'd like to clear away that lion business, Macomber said. It's not very pleasant to have your wife see you do something like that. I should think it would be even more unpleasant to do it, Wilson thought. Wife or no wife, or to talk about it, having done it. But he said, I wouldn't think about that any more. Anyone could be upset by his first lion. That's all over. But that night, after dinner and a whiskey and soda by the fire before going to bed, as Francis Macomber lay on his cot with the mosquito bar over him and listened to the night noises, it was not all over. It was neither all over, nor was it beginning. It was there exactly as it happened, with some parts of it indelibly emphasized, and he was miserably ashamed at it. But more than shame, he felt cold, hollow fear in him. The fear was still there, like a cold, slimy hollow in all the emptiness where once his confidence had been, and it made him feel sick. It was still there with him now. It had started the night before, when he had wakened and heard the lion roaring somewhere up along the river. It was a deep sound, and at the end there were sort of coughing grunts that made him seem just outside the tent. And when Francis Macomber woke in the night to hear it, he was afraid. He could hear his wife breathing quietly asleep. There was no one to tell he was afraid, nor to be afraid with him, and, lying alone, he did not know the Somali proverb that says a brave man is always frightened 3 times by a lion. When he first sees his track, when he first hears him roar, and when he first confronts him. Then, while they were eating breakfast by lantern light out in the dining tent, before the sun was up, the lion roared again, and Francis thought he was just at the edge of camp. "Sounds like an old-timer," Robert Wilson said, looking up from his kippers and coffee. "Listen to him cough." "Is he very close?" "A mile or so up the stream." "Will we see him?" "We'll have a look." "Does his roaring carry that far? It sounds as though he were right in camp." "Carries a hell of a long way," said Robert Wilson. "It's strange the way it carries." "Hope he's a shootable cat. The boys said there was a very big one about here." "If I get a shot, where should I hit him?" Macomber asked, to stop him. "In the shoulders," Wilson said. "In the neck, if you can make it. Shoot for bone, break him down." "I hope I can place it properly," Macomber said. "You shoot very well," Wilson told him. "Take your time. Make sure of him. The first one in is the one that counts." "What range will it be?" "Can't tell. Lion has something to say about that. Won't shoot unless it's close enough so you can make sure." "At under 100 yards?" Macomber asked. Wilson looked at him quickly. "100's about right. Might have to take him a bit under. Shouldn't chance a shot at much over that. 100's a decent range. You can hit him wherever you want at that." "Here comes the Mem Sahib." "Good morning," she said. "Are we going after that lion?" "As soon as you deal with your breakfast," Wilson said. "How are you feeling?" "Marvelous," she said. "I'm very excited." "I'll just go and see that everything is ready." Wilson went off. As he left, the lion roared again. "Noisy beggar," Wilson said. "We'll put a stop to that." "What's the matter, Francis?" his wife asked him. "Nothing," Macomber said. "Yes, there is," she said. "What are you upset about?" "Nothing," he said. "Tell me." She looked at him. "Don't you feel well?" "It's that damned roaring," he said. "It's been going on all night, you know." "Why didn't you wake me?" she said. "I'd love to have heard it." "I've got to kill the damned thing," Macomber said miserably. "Well, that's what you're out here for, isn't it?" "Yes, but I'm nervous. Hearing the thing roar gets on my nerves." "Well then, as Wilson said, kill him and stop his roaring." "Yes, darling," said Francis Macomber. "It sounds easy, doesn't it?" "You're not afraid, are you?" "Of course not, but I'm nervous from hearing him roar all night." "You'll kill him marvelously," she said. "I know you will. I'm awfully anxious to see it." "Finish your breakfast, and we'll be starting." "It's not light yet," she said. "This is a ridiculous hour." Just then, the lion roared in a deep-chested moaning, suddenly guttural, ascending vibration that seemed to shake the air and ended in a sigh and a heavy, deep-chested grunt. "He sounds almost here," Macomber's wife said. "My God," said Macomber, "I hate that damned noise." "It's very impressive." "Impressive? It's frightful." Robert Wilson came up then, carrying his short, ugly, shockingly big board 505 Gibbs and grinning. "Come on," he said. "Your gun bearer has your Springfield and the big gun. Everything's in the car. Have you solids?" "Yes." "I'm ready," Mrs. Macomber said. "Must make him stop that racket," Wilson said. "You get in front. The Mem Sahib can sit back here with me." They climbed into the motor car and, in the grey first daylight, moved off up the river through the trees. Macomber opened the breech of his rifle and saw he had metal-cased bullets, shut the bolt and put the rifle on safety. He saw his hand was trembling. He felt in his pocket for more cartridges and moved his fingers over the cartridges in the loops of his tunic front. He turned back to where Wilson sat in the rear seat of the doorless, box-bodied motor car beside his wife, them both grinning with excitement, and Wilson leaned forward and whispered, "See the birds dropping. Means the old boy has left his kill." On the far bank of the stream, Macomber could see, above the trees, vultures circling and plummeting down. "Chances are he'll come to drink along here," Wilson whispered. "Before he goes to lay up. Keep an eye out." They were driving slowly along the high bank of the stream, which here cut deeply to its boulder-filled bed, and they wound in and out through big trees as they drove. Macomber was watching the opposite bank when he felt Wilson take hold of his arm. The car stopped. "There he is," he heard the whisper. "Ahead and to the right." Get out and take him. He's a marvelous lion." Macomber saw the lion now. He was standing almost broadside, his great head up, and turned toward them. The early morning breeze that blew toward them was just stirring his dark mane, and the lion looked huge, silhouetted on the rise of bank in the grey morning light, his shoulders heavy, his barrel of a body bulking smoothly. "How far is he?" asked Macomber, raising his rifle. "About 75. Get out and take him." "Why not shoot from where I am?" "You don't shoot them from cars," he heard Wilson saying in his ear. "Get out. He's not going to stay there all day." Macomber stepped out of the curved opening at the side of the front seat, onto the step and down onto the ground. The lion still stood looking majestically and coolly toward this object that his eyes only showed in silhouette, bulking like some super rhino. There was no man smell carried toward him, and he watched the object, moving his great head a little from side to side. Then watching the object, not afraid, but hesitating before going down the bank to drink, with such a thing opposite him, he saw a man figure detach itself from it, and he turned his heavy head and swung away toward the cover of the trees as he heard a cracking crash and felt the slam of a .30-06 .220 grain solid bullet that bit his flank and ripped in sudden hot scalding nausea through his stomach. He trotted, heavy, big-footed, swinging wounded, full-bellied, through the trees toward the tall grass and cover, and the crash came again to go past him, ripping the air apart. Then it crashed again, and he felt the blow as it hit his lower ribs and ripped on through, blood sudden hot and frothy in his mouth, and he galloped toward the high grass where he could crouch and not be seen, and make them bring the crashing thing close enough so he could make a rush and get the man that held it. Macomber had not thought how the lion felt as he got out of the car. He only knew his hands were shaking, and as he walked away from the car, it was almost impossible for him to make his legs move. They were stiff in the thighs, but he could feel the muscles fluttering. He raised the rifle, sighted on the junction of the lion's head and shoulders, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened, though he pulled until he thought his finger would break. Then he knew he had the safety on, and as he lowered the rifle to move the safety over, he moved another frozen pace forward, and the lion, seeing his silhouette now clear of the silhouette of the car, turned and started off at a trot, and, as Macomber fired, he heard a whunk that meant that the bullet was home, but the lion kept on going. Macomber shot again, and everyone saw the bullet throw a spout of dirt beyond the trotting lion. He shot again, remembering to lower his aim, and they all heard the bullet hit, and the lion went into a gallop, and was in the tall grass before he had the bolt pushed forward. Macomber stood there, feeling sick at his stomach, his hands that held the Springfield still cocked, shaking, and his wife and Robert Wilson were standing by him. Beside him too were the two gun-bearers, chattering in Macomber. "I hit him," Macomber said. "I hit him twice." "You gut-shot him, and you hit him somewhere forward," Wilson said without enthusiasm. The gun-bearers looked very grave. They were silent now. "You may have killed him," Wilson went on. "We'll have to wait a while before we go in to find out." "What do you mean?" "Let him get sick before we follow him up." "Oh," said Macomber. "He's a hell of a fine lion," Wilson said cheerfully. "He's gotten into a bad place, though." "Why is it bad?" "Can't see him until you're on him." "Oh," said Macomber. "Come on," said Wilson. "The Mem Sahib can stay here in the car. We'll go to have a look at the blood spore." "Stay here, Margot," Macomber said to his wife. His mouth was very dry, and it was hard for him to talk. "Why?" she asked. "Wilson says to." "We're going to have a look," Wilson said. "You stay here. You can see even better from here." "All right." Wilson spoke in Swahili to the driver. He nodded and said, "Yes, Bwana." Then they went down the steep bank and across the stream, climbing over and around the boulders and up the other bank, pulling up by some projecting roots and along it until they found where the lion had been trotting when Macomber first shot. There was dark blood on the short grass that the gun-bearers pointed out with grass stems, and that ran away behind the riverbank trees. "What do we do?" asked Macomber. "Not much choice," said Wilson. "We can't bring the car over. Bank's too steep. We'll let him stiffen up a bit, and then you and I'll go in and have a look for him." "Can't we set the grass on fire?" Macomber asked. "Too green." "Can't we send beaters?" Wilson looked at him appraisingly. "Of course we can," he said. "But it's just a touch murderous. You see, we know the lion's wounded. You can drive an unwounded lion. He'll move on ahead of a noise. But a wounded lion's going to charge. You can't see him until you're right on him. He'll make himself perfectly flat, in cover. You wouldn't think would hide a hair. You can't very well send boys in there to that sort of a show. Somebody bound to get mauled." "What about the gun-bearers?" "Oh, they'll go with us. It's their shari. You see, they signed on for it. They don't look too happy though, do they?" "I don't want to go in there," said Macomber. It was out before he knew he'd said it. "Neither do I," said Wilson very cheerily. "Really, no choice though." Then, as an afterthought, he glanced at Macomber and saw suddenly how he was trembling and the pitiful look on his face. "You don't have to go in, of course," he said. "That's what I'm hired for, you know. That's why I'm so expensive." "You mean you'd go in by yourself? Why not leave him there?" Robert Wilson, whose entire occupation had been with the lion and the problem he presented, and who had not been thinking about Macomber except to note that he was rather windy, suddenly felt as though he had opened the wrong door in a hotel and seen something shameful. "What do you mean?" Why not just leave him? You mean pretend to ourselves he hasn't been hit? No, just drop it. It isn't done. Why not? For one thing, he's certain to be suffering. For another, someone else might run onto him. I see. But you don't have to have anything to do with it. I'd like to, Macomber said. I'm just scared, you know. I'll go ahead when we go in, Wilson said. With Kongoni tracking, you keep behind me and a little to one side. Chances are we'll hear him growl. If we see him, we'll both shoot. Don't worry about anything. I'll keep you backed up. As a matter of fact, you know, perhaps you'd better not go. It might be much better. Why don't you go over and join the Mem Sahib while I just get it over with? No, I want to go. All right, said Wilson, but don't go in if you don't want to. This is my shari now, you know. I want to go, said Macomber. They sat under a tree and smoked. Want to go back and speak to the Mem Sahib while we're waiting? Wilson asked. No. I'll just step back and tell her to be patient. Good, said Macomber. He sat there, sweating under his arms, his mouth dry, his stomach hollow feeling, wanting to find courage to tell Wilson to go on and finish off the lion without him. He could not know that Wilson was furious because he had not noticed the state he was in earlier and sent him back to his wife. While he sat there, Wilson came up. I have your big gun, he said. Take it. We're giving him time, I think. Come on. Macomber took the big gun, and Wilson said, Keep behind me, and about 5 yards to the right, and do exactly as I tell you. Then he spoke in Swahili to the 2 gun-bearers, who looked the picture of gloom. Let's go, he said. Could I have a drink of water? Macomber asked. Wilson spoke to the older gun-bearer, who wore a canteen on his belt, and the man unbuckled it, unscrewed the top, and handed it to Macomber, who took it noticing how heavy it seemed, and how hairy and shoddy the felt covering was in his hand. He raised it to drink and looked ahead at the high grass with the flat-topped trees behind it. A breeze was blowing toward them, and the grass rippled gently in the wind. He looked at the gun-bearer, and he could see the gun-bearer was suffering too with fear. 35 yards into the grass, the big lion lay flattened out along the ground. His ears were back, and his only movement was a slight twitching up and down of his long, black-tufted tail. He had turned at bay as soon as he had reached this cover, and he was sick with the wound through his full belly, and weakening with the wound through his lungs that brought a thin, foamy red to his mouth each time he breathed. His flanks were wet and hot, and flies were on the little openings the solid bullets had made in his tawny hide, and his big yellow eyes, narrowed with hate, looked straight ahead, only blinking when the pain came as he breathed, and his claws dug in the soft, baked earth. All of him, pain, sickness, hatred, and all of his remaining strength was tightening into an absolute concentration for a rush. He could hear the men talking, and he waited, gathering all of himself into this preparation for a charge as soon as the men would come into the grass. As he heard their voices, his tail stiffened to twitch up and down, and, as they came into the edge of the grass, he made a coughing grunt and charged. Kongoni, the old gun-bearer, in the lead, watching the blood spoor, Wilson watching the grass for any movement, his big gun ready, the second gun-bearer looking ahead and listening, Macomber close to Wilson, his rifle cocked. They had just moved into the grass when Macomber heard the blood-choked coughing grunt and saw the swishing rush in the grass. The next thing he knew, he was running wildly, in panic in the open, running toward the stream. He heard the karawong of Wilson's big rifle, and again in a second crashing karawong, and turning saw the lion, horrible looking now, with half his head seeming to be gone, crawling toward Wilson in the edge of the tall grass, while the red-faced man worked the bolt on the short, ugly rifle and aimed carefully as another blasting karawong came from the muzzle, and the crawling, heavy, yellow bulk of the lion stiffened, and the huge, mutilated head slid forward, and Macomber, standing by himself in the clearing where he had run, holding a loaded rifle, while two black men and a white man looked back at him in contempt, knew the lion was dead. He came toward Wilson, his tallness all seeming a naked reproach, and Wilson looked at him and said, "Want to take pictures?" "No," he said. That was all anyone had said until they reached the motor car. Then Wilson had said, "Hell of a fine lion. Boys will skin him out. We might as well stay here in the shade." Macomber's wife had not looked at him, nor he at her, and he had sat by her in the back seat with Wilson sitting in the front seat. Once he had reached over and taken his wife's hand without looking at her, and she had removed her hand from his. Looking across the stream to where the gun-bearers were skinning out the lion, he could see that she had been able to see the whole thing. While they sat there, his wife had reached forward and put her hand on Wilson's shoulder. He turned, and she had leaned forward over the low seat and kissed him on the mouth. "Oh, I say," said Wilson, going redder than his natural baked color. "Mr. Robert Wilson," she said, "the beautiful, red-faced Mr. Robert Wilson." Then she sat down beside Macomber again and looked away across the stream to where the lion lay, with uplifted, white-muscled, tendon-marked, naked forearms, and white bloating belly as the black men fleshed away the skin. Finally, the gun-bearers brought the skin over, wet and heavy, and climbed in behind with it, rolling it up before they got in, and the motor car started. No one had said anything more until they were back in camp. That was the story of the lion. Macomber did not know how the lion had felt before he started his rush, nor during it when the unbelievable smash of the 505 with a muzzle velocity of 2 tons had hit him in the mouth, nor what kept him coming after that when the second ripping crash had smashed his hind quarters, and he had come crawling on toward the crashing, blasting thing that had destroyed him. Wilson knew something about it, and only expressed it by saying, "Damned fine lion." But Macomber did not know how Wilson felt about things either. He did not know how his wife felt, except that she was through with him. His wife had been through with him before, but it never lasted. He was very wealthy, and would be much wealthier, and he knew she would not leave him ever now. That was one of the few things that he really knew. He knew about that, about motorcycles. That was earliest, about motor cars, about duck shooting, about fishing, trout, salmon, and big sea, about sex in books, many books, too many books, about all court games, about dogs, not much about horses, about hanging on to his money, about most of the other things his world dealt in, and about his wife not leaving him. His wife had been a great beauty, and she was still a great beauty in Africa. But she was not a great enough beauty any more at home to be able to leave him and better herself, and she knew it, and he knew it. She had missed the chance to leave him, and he knew it. If he had been better with women, she would probably have started to worry about him getting another new, beautiful wife. But she knew too much about him to worry about him either. Also, he had always had great tolerance, which seemed the nicest thing about him, if it were not the most sinister. All in all, they were known as a comparatively happily married couple. One of those whose disruption is often rumored, but never occurs. And as the society columnist put it, they were adding more than a spice of adventure to their much envied and ever-enduring romance by a safari and what was known as Darkest Africa, until the Martin Johnsons lightened it on so many silver screens where they were pursuing old Simba the lion, the buffalo, Tembo the elephant, and as well collecting specimens for the Museum of Natural History. This same columnist had reported them on the verge at least 3 times in the past, and they had been, but they always made it up. They had a sound basis of union. Margot was too beautiful for Macomber to divorce her, and Macomber had too much money for Margot ever to leave him. It was now about 3 o'clock in the morning, and Francis Macomber, who had been asleep a little while after he had stopped thinking about the lion, wakened and then slept again, woke suddenly, frightened in a dream of the bloody-headed lion standing over him, and listening while his heart pounded. He realized that his wife was not in the other cot in the tent. He lay awake with that knowledge for 2 hours. At the end of that time, his wife came into the tent, lifted her mosquito bar, and crawled cozily into bed. "Hello," she said. Are you awake? Where have you been? I just went out to get a breath of air. You did, like hell. What do you want me to say, darling? Where have you been? Out to get a breath of air. That's a new name for it. You are a bitch. Well, you're a coward. All right, he said. What of it? Nothing, as far as I'm concerned. But please, let's not talk, darling, because I'm very sleepy. You think that I'll take anything. I know you will, sweet. Well, I won't. Please, darling, let's not talk. I'm so very sleepy. There wasn't going to be any of that. You promised there wouldn't be. Well, there is now, she said sweetly. You said if we made this trip that there would be none of that. You promised. Yes, darling. That's the way I meant it to be. But the trip was spoiled yesterday. We don't have to talk about it, do we? You don't wait long when you have an advantage, do you? Please, let's not talk. I'm so sleepy, darling. I'm going to talk. Don't mind me then, because I'm going to sleep. And she did. At breakfast. They were all three at the table before daylight, and Francis Macomber found that, of all the many men that he had hated, he hated Robert Wilson the most. Sleep well? Wilson asked in his throaty voice, filling a pipe. Did you? Topping? The white hunter told him. You bastard, thought Macomber, you insolent bastard. So she woke him when she came in, Wilson thought, looking at them both with his flat, cold eyes. Well, why doesn't he keep his wife where she belongs? What does he think I am? A bloody plaster saint? Let him keep her where she belongs. It's his own fault. Do you think we'll find buffalo? Margot asked, pushing away a dish of apricots. Chance of it, Wilson said and smiled at her. Why don't you stay in camp? Not for anything, she told him. Why not order her to stay in camp? Wilson said to Macomber. You order her, said Macomber coldly. Let's not have any ordering, nor, turning to Macomber, any silliness, Francis, Margot said, quite pleasantly. Are you ready to start? Macomber asked. Any time, Wilson told him. Do you want the Mem Sahib to go? Does it make any difference whether I do or not? The hell with it, thought Robert Wilson. The utter, complete hell with it. So this is what it's going to be like. Well, this is what it's going to be like then. Makes no difference, he said. You sure you wouldn't like to stay in camp with her yourself and let me go out and hunt the buffalo? Macomber asked. Can't do that, said Wilson. Wouldn't talk rot if I were you. I'm not talking rot. I'm disgusted. Bad word, disgusted. Francis, will you please try to speak sensibly? His wife said. I speak too damn sensibly, Macomber said. Did you ever eat such filthy food? Something's wrong with the food? Asked Wilson quietly. No more than with everything else? "I'd pull yourself together, laddybuck," Wilson said very quietly. "There's a boy waits at table that understands a little English." "The hell with him." Wilson stood up and, puffing on his pipe, strolled away, speaking a few words in Swahili to one of the gun-bearers who was standing waiting for him. Macomber and his wife sat on at the table. He was staring at his coffee cup. "If you make a scene, I'll leave you, darling," Margot said quietly. "No, you won't." "You can try it and see." "You won't leave me." "No," she said, "I won't leave you, and you'll behave yourself." "Behave myself? That's a way to talk. Behave myself." "Yes, behave yourself." "Why don't you try behaving?" "I've tried it so long, so very long." "I hate that red-faced swine," Macomber said. "I loathe the sight of him." "He's really very nice." "Oh, shut up!" Macomber almost shouted. Just then, the car came up and stopped in front of the dining tent, and the driver and the two gun-bearers got out. Wilson walked over and looked at the husband and wife sitting there at the table. "Going shooting?" he asked. "Yes," said Macomber, standing up. "Yes." "Better bring a woolly. It will be cool in the car," Wilson said. "I'll get my leather jacket," Margot said. "The boy has it," Wilson told her. He climbed into the front with the driver, and Francis Macomber and his wife sat, not speaking, in the back seat. "Hope the silly beggar doesn't take a notion to blow the back of my head off," Wilson thought to himself. Woman a nuisance on safari. The car was grinding down to cross the river at a pebbly ford in the grey daylight, and then climbed, angling up the steep bank where Wilson had ordered a way shovelled out the day before so they could reach the park-like wooded rolling country on the far side. It was a good morning, Wilson thought. There was a heavy dew, and as the wheels went through the grass, the low bushes, he could smell the odour of the crushed fronds. It was an odour like verbena, and he liked this early morning smell of the dew, the crushed bracken, and the look of the tree trunks showing black through the early morning mist as the car made its way through the untracked, park-like country. He had put the two in the back seat out of his mind now, and was thinking about buffalo. The buffalo that he was after stayed in the daytime in a thick swamp where it was impossible to get a shot. But in the night they fed out into an open stretch of country, and if he could come between them and their swamp with the car, Macomber would have a good chance at them in the open. He did not want to hunt buff with Macomber in thick cover. He did not want to hunt buff or anything else with Macomber at all, but he was a professional hunter, and he had hunted with some rare ones in his time. If they got buff today, there would only be rhino to come, and the poor man would have gone through his dangerous game, and things might pick up. He'd have nothing more to do with the woman, and Macomber would get over that too. He must have gone through plenty of that before, by the look of things. Poor beggar. He must have a way of getting over it. Well, it was the poor sod's own bloody fault. He Robert Wilson, carried a double-sized cot on safari to accommodate any windfalls he might receive. He had hunted for a certain clientele, the international, fast, sporting set, where the women did not feel they were getting their money's worth unless they had shared that cot with the white hunter. He despised them when he was away from them, although he liked some of them well enough at the time. But he made his living by them, and their standards were his standards, as long as they were hiring him. They were his standards in all except the shooting. He had his own standards about the killing, and they could live up to them or get someone else to hunt them. He knew, too, that they all respected him for this. This Macomber was an odd one, though. Damned if he wasn't. Now the wife. Well, the wife. Yes, the wife. The wife. Well, he'd dropped all that. He looked around at them. Macomber sat grim and furious. Margot smiled at him. She looked younger today, more innocent and fresher, and not so professionally beautiful. What's in her heart, God knows, Wilson thought. She hadn't talked much last night. At that, it was a pleasure to see her. The motor car climbed up a slight rise and went on through the trees, and then out into a grassy prairie-like opening, and kept in the shelter of the trees along the edge, the driver going slowly, and Wilson looking carefully out across the prairie, and all along its far side. He stopped the car and studied the opening with his field glasses. Then he motioned to the driver to go on, and the car moved slowly along, the driver avoiding warthog holes and driving around the mud castles ants had built. Then, looking across the opening, Wilson suddenly turned and said, "By God, there they are!" And looking where he pointed, while the car jumped forward and Wilson spoke in rapid Swahili to the driver, Macomber saw 3 huge black animals, looking almost cylindrical in their long heaviness, like big black tank cars, moving at a gallop across the far edge of the open prairie. They moved at a stiff-necked, stiff-bodied gallop, and he could see the upswept wide black horns on their heads as they galloped heads out, the heads not moving. "The 3 old bulls," Wilson said. "We'll cut them off before they get to the swamp." The car was going a wild 45 miles an hour across the open, and as Macomber watched, the buffalo got bigger and bigger until he could see the grey, hairless, scabby look of one huge bull, and how his neck was a part of his shoulders, and the shiny black of his horns as he galloped a little behind the others that were strung out in that steady, plunging gait, and then, the car swaying as though it had just jumped a road, they drew up close, and you could see the plunging hugeness of the bull, and the dust in his sparsely haired hide, the wide boss of horn, and his outstretched, wide-nostriled muzzle, and he was raising his rifle when Wilson shouted, "Not from the car, you fool!" And he had no fear, only hatred of Wilson, while the brakes clamped on and the car skidded, ploughing sideways to an almost stop, and Wilson was out on one side and he on the other, stumbling at his feet, hit the still, speeding by of the earth, and then he was shooting at the bull as he moved away, hearing the bullets whunk into him, emptying his rifle at him as he moved steadily away, finally remembering to get his shots forward into the shoulder. And as he fumbled to reload, he saw the bull was down to his knees, his big head tossing, and seeing the other two still galloping, he shot at the leader and hit him. He shot again and missed, and he heard Karawonging roar as Wilson shot and saw the leading bull slide forward onto his nose. "Get that other," Wilson said. "Now you're shooting." But the other bull was moving steadily at the same gallop, and he missed, throwing a spout of dirt, and Wilson missed, and the dust rose in a cloud, and Wilson shouted, "Come on, he's too far," and grabbed his arm, and they were in the car again, Macomber and Wilson hanging on the sides and rocketing swayingly over the uneven ground, drawing up on the steady, plunging, heavy-necked, straight-moving gallop of the bull. They were behind him, and Macomber was filling his rifle, dropping shells onto the ground, jamming it, clearing the jam. Then they were almost up with the bull when Wilson shouted, "Stop!" and the car skidded so that it almost swung over, and Macomber fell forward onto his feet, slammed his bolt forward, and fired as far forward as he could aim into the galloping, rounded black back, aimed and shot again, then again, and the bullets, all of them hitting, had no effect on the buffalo that he could see. Then Wilson shot, the roar deafening him, and you could see the bull stagger. Macomber shot again, aiming carefully, and down he came onto his knees. "All right," Wilson said. "Nice work. That's the 3. Macomber felt a drunken elation. "How many times did you shoot?" he asked. "Just 3, Wilson said. "You killed the first bull, the biggest one. I helped you finish the other 2, afraid they might have got into cover. You had them killed. I was just mopping up a little. You shot damn well." "Let's go to the car," said Macomber. "I want a drink." "Got to finish off that bull first," Wilson told him. The buffalo was on his knees, and he jerked his head furiously and bellowed in pig-eyed, roaring rage as they came toward him. "Watch he doesn't get up," Wilson said. "Then get a little broadside and take him in the neck just behind the ear." Macomber aimed carefully at the center of the huge, jerking, rage-driven neck and shot. At the shot, the head dropped forward. "That does it," said Wilson. "Got the spine. They're a hell of a looking thing, aren't they?" "Let's get the drink," said Macomber. In his life, he had never felt so good. In the car, Macomber's wife sat very white-faced. "You were marvelous, darling," she said to Macomber. "What a ride!" "Was it rough?" Wilson asked. "It was frightful. I've never been more frightened in my life." "Let's all have a drink," Macomber said. "By all means," said Wilson. "Give it to the Mem Sahib." She drank the neat whiskey from the flask and shuddered a little when she swallowed. She handed the flask to Macomber, who handed it to Wilson. "It was frightfully exciting," she said. "It's given me a dreadful headache. I didn't know you were allowed to shoot them from cars, though." No one shot from cars, said Wilson coldly. I mean chase them from cars. Wouldn't ordinarily, Wilson said. Seemed sporting enough to me, though, while we were doing it. Taking more chance driving that way, across the plain full of holes, and one thing and another, than hunting on foot. Buffalo could have charged us each time we shot, if he liked. Gave him every chance. Wouldn't mention it to anyone, though. It's illegal, if that's what you mean. It seemed very unfair to me, Margot said, chasing those big, helpless things in a motor car. Did it? Said Wilson. What would happen if they heard about it in Nairobi? I'd lose my license for one thing. Other unpleasantness, Wilson said, taking a drink from the flask. I'd be out of business. Really? Yes, really. Well, said Macomber, and he smiled for the first time all day. Now she had something on you. You have such a pretty way of putting things, Francis, Margot Macomber said. Wilson looked at them both. If a 4-letter man marries a 5-letter woman, he was thinking, what number of letters would their children be? What he said was, we lost a gun bearer. Did you notice it? My God, no, Macomber said. Here he comes, Wilson said. He's all right. He must have fallen off when we left the first bull. Approaching them was the middle-aged gun-bearer, limping along in his knitted cap, khaki tunic, shorts, and rubber sandals, gloomy-faced and disgusted-looking. As he came up, he called out to Wilson in Swahili, and they all saw the change in the white hunter's face. What does he say? Asked Margot. He says the first bull got up and went into the bush, Wilson said, with no expression in his voice. Oh, said Macomber blankly. Then it's going to be just like the lion? Said Margot, full of anticipation. It's not going to be a damned bit like the lion, Wilson told her. Did you want another drink, Macomber? Thanks, yes, Macomber said. He expected the feeling he had about the lion to come back, but it did not. For the first time in his life, he really felt wholly without fear. Instead of fear, he had a feeling of definite elation. We'll go and have a look at the second bull, Wilson said. I'll tell the driver to put the car in the shade. What are you going to do? Asked Margaret Macomber. Take a look at the buff, Wilson said. I'll come. Come along. The three of them walked over to where the second buffalo bulked blackly in the open. Head forward on the grass, the massive horns swung wide. He's a very good head, Wilson said. That's close to a 50-inch spread. Macomber was looking at him with delight. He's hateful looking, said Margot. Can't we go into the shade? Of course, Wilson said. Look, he said to Macomber and pointed. See that patch of bush? Yes. That's where the first bull went in. The gun-bearer said when he fell off the bull was down. He was watching us helling along and the other two buff galloping. When he looked up, there was the bull, up and looking at him. Gun-bearer ran like hell, and the bull went off slowly into that bush. Can we go in after him now? Asked Macomber eagerly. Wilson looked at him appraisingly. Damned if this isn't a strange one, he thought. Yesterday he's scared sick, and today he's a ruddy fire-eater. No, We'll give him a while." "Let's please go into the shade," Margot said. Her face was white and she looked ill. They made their way to the car, where it stood under a single wide-spreading tree, and all climbed in. "Chances are he's dead in there," Wilson remarked. "After a little, we'll have a look." Macomber felt a wild, unreasonable happiness that he had never known before. "My God, that was a chase," he said. "I've never felt any such feeling. Wasn't it marvellous, Margot?" "I hated it." "Why?" "I hated it," she said bitterly. "I loathed it." "You know, I don't think I'd ever be afraid of anything again," Macomber said to Wilson. "Something happened in me after we first saw the buff and started after him, like a dam bursting. It was pure excitement." "Cleans out your liver," said Wilson. "Damn funny things happen to people." Macomber's face was shining. "You know, something did happen to me," he said. "I feel absolutely different." His wife said nothing and eyed him strangely. She was sitting far back in the seat, and Macomber was sitting forward talking to Wilson, who turned sideways, talking over the back of the front seat. "You know, I'd like to try another lion," Macomber said. "I'm really not afraid of them now. After all, what can they do to you?" "That's it," said Wilson. "Worst one can do is kill you. How does it go? Shakespeare. Damned good. See if I can remember. Oh, damned good. Used to quote it to myself at one time. Let's see. By my troth, I care not. A man can die but once. We owe God a death, and let it go which way it will. He that dies this year is quit for the next." Damned fine, eh? He was very embarrassed, having brought out this thing he had lived by. But he had seen men come of age before, and it always moved him. It was not a matter of their 21st birthday. It had taken a strange chance of hunting, a sudden precipitation into action without opportunity for worrying beforehand, to bring this about with Macomber. But regardless of how it had happened, it had most certainly happened. Look at the beggar now, Wilson thought. It's that some of them stay little boys so long, Wilson thought. Sometimes all their lives. Their figures stay boyish when they're 50. The great American boy men. Damn strange people. But he liked this Macomber now. Damn strange fellow. Probably meant the end of cuckoldry too. Well, that would be a damned good thing. Damned good thing. Beggar had probably been afraid all his life. Don't know what started it, but over now. Hadn't had time to be afraid with the buff. That and being angry too. Motorcar too. Motorcars made it familiar. Be a damn fire-eater now. He'd seen it in the war work the same way. More of a change than any loss of virginity. Fear gone like an operation. Something else grew in its place. Main thing a man had. Made him into a man. Woman knew it too. No bloody fear. From the far corner of the seat, Margaret Macomber looked at the two of them. There was no change in Wilson. She saw Wilson as she had seen him the day before, when she had first realized what his great talent was. But she saw the change in Francis Macomber now. Do you have that feeling of happiness about what's going to happen? Macomber asked, still exploring his new wealth. You're not supposed to mention it, Wilson said, looking in the other's face. Much more fashionable to say you're scared. Mind you, you'll be scared too, plenty of times. But you have a feeling of happiness about action to come. Yes, said Wilson, there's that. Doesn't do to talk too much about all this. Talk the whole thing away. No pleasure in anything if you mouth it up too much. You're both talking rot, said Margot. Just because you've chased some helpless animals in a motor car, you talk like heroes. Sorry, said Wilson. I have been guessing too much. She's worried about it already, he thought. If you don't know what we're talking about, why not keep out of it? Macomber asked his wife. You've gotten awfully brave, awfully suddenly, his wife said contemptuously, but her contempt was not secure. She was very afraid of something. Macomber laughed, a very natural, hearty laugh. You know I have, he said. I really have. Isn't it sort of late? Margot asked bitterly, because she had done the best she could for many years back, and the way they were together now was no one person's fault. Not for me, said Macomber. Margot said nothing, but sat back in the corner of the seat. Do you think we've given him time enough? Macomber asked Wilson cheerfully. We might have a look, Wilson said. Have you any solids left? The gun-bearer has some. Wilson called in Swahili, and the older gun-bearer, who was skinning out one of the heads, straightened up, pulled a box of solids out of his pocket, and brought them over to Macomber, who filled his magazine and put the remaining shells in his pocket. You might as well shoot the Springfield, Wilson said. You're used to it. We'll leave the Mannlicher in the car with the Mem Sahib. Your gun-bearer can carry your heavy gun. I've this damned cannon. Now let me tell you about them. He had saved this until the last, because he did not want to worry Macomber. When a buff comes, he comes with his head high and thrust straight out. The boss of the horns covers any sort of brain shot. The only shot is straight into the nose. The only other shot is into his chest, or, if you're to one side, into the neck or the shoulders. After they've been hit once, they take a hell of a lot of killing. Don't try anything fancy. Take the easiest shot there is. They've finished skinning out that head now. Should we get started? He called to the gun-bearers, who came up wiping their hands, and the older one got into the back. I'll only take Kongoni, Wilson said. The other can watch to keep the birds away. As the car moved slowly across the open space, toward the island of brushy trees that ran in a tongue of foliage along a dry water course that cut the open swell, Macomber felt his heart pounding, and his mouth was dry again, but it was excitement, not fear. Here's where he went in, Wilson said. Then to the gun-bearer in Swahili. Take the blood spoor. The car was parallel to the patch of bush. Macomber, Wilson, and the gun-bearer got down. Macomber, looking back, saw his wife, with the rifle by her side, looking at him. He waved to her, and she did not wave back. The brush was very thick ahead, and the ground was dry. The middle-aged gun-bearer was sweating heavily, and Wilson had his hat down over his eyes, and his red neck showed just ahead of Macomber. Suddenly, the gun-bearer said something in Swahili to Wilson and ran forward. "He's dead in there," Wilson said. "Good work." And he turned to grip Macomber's hand, and as they shook hands, grinning at each other, the gun-bearer shouted wildly, and they saw him coming out of the bush sideways, fast as a crab, and the bull coming, nose out, mouth tight closed, blood dripping, massive head straight out, coming in a charge, his little pig eyes bloodshot as he looked at them. Wilson, who was ahead, was kneeling shooting, and Macomber, as he fired, unhearing his shot and the roaring of Wilson's gun, saw fragments like slate burst from the huge boss of the horns, and the head jerked. He shot again at the wide nostrils, and saw the horns jolt again, and fragments fly, and he did not see Wilson now, and, aiming carefully, shot again with the buffalo's huge bulk almost on him, and his rifle almost level with the oncoming head, nose out, and he could see the little wicked eyes, and the head started to lower, and he felt a sudden white-hot, blinding flash explode inside his head, and that was all he ever felt. Wilson had ducked to one side to get in a shoulder shot. Macomber had stood solid and shot for the nose, shooting a touch high each time and hitting the heavy horns, splintering and chipping them like hitting a slate roof. And Mrs. Macomber, in the car, had shot at the buffalo with the 6.5 Mannlicher as it seemed about to gore Macomber, and had hit her husband about 2 inches up and a little to one side of the base of his skull. Francis Macomber lay now, face down, not 2 yards from where the buffalo lay on his side, and his wife knelt over him, with Wilson beside her. "I wouldn't turn him over," Wilson said. The woman was crying hysterically. "I'd get back in the car," Wilson said. "Where's the rifle?" She shook her head, her face contorted. The gun-bearer picked up the rifle. "Leave it as it is," said Wilson. Then, "Go get Abdullah, so that he may witness the manner of the accident." He knelt down, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and spread it over Francis Macomber's crew-cropped head where he lay. The blood sank into the dry, loose earth. Wilson stood up and saw the buffalo on his side, his legs out, his thinly haired belly crawling with ticks. "Hell of a good bull," his brain registered automatically. "A good 50 inches or better. Better." He called to the driver and told him to spread a blanket over the body and stay by it. Then he walked over to the motor car, where the woman sat crying in the corner. "That was a pretty thing to do," he said in a toneless voice. "He would have left you too." "Stop it," she said. "Of course it's an accident," he said. "I know that." "Stop it," she said. "Don't worry," he said. "There will be a certain amount of unpleasantness, but I will have some photographs taken that will be very useful at the inquest. There's the testimony of the gun bearers, and the driver too. You're perfectly all right." "Stop it," she said. "There's a hell of a lot to be done," he said. "And I'll have to send a truck off to the lake to wireless for a plane to take the 3 of us into Nairobi. Why didn't you poison him? That's what they do in England. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! The woman cried. Wilson looked at her with his flat blue eyes. I'm through now, he said. I was a little angry. I'd begun to like your husband. Oh, please stop it, she said. Please, please stop it. That's better, Wilson said. Please is much better. Now I'll stop. Ten Indians. After one 4th of July, Nick, driving home late from town in the big wagon with Joe Garner and his family, passed 9 drunken Indians along the road. He remembered there were 9 because Joe Garner, driving along in the dusk, pulled up the horses, jumped down into the road and dragged an Indian out of the wheel rut. The Indian had been asleep, face down in the sand. Joe dragged him into the bushes and got back up on the wagon box. That makes 9 of them, Joe said, just between here and the edge of town. Them Indians, said Mrs. Garner. Nick was on the back seat with the 2 Garner boys. He was looking out from the back seat to see the Indian where Joe had dragged him alongside of the road. Was it Billy Tabshaw? Carl asked. No. His pants looked mighty like Billy. All Indians wear the same kind of pants. I didn't see him at all, Frank said. Pa was down into the road and back up again before I seen a thing. I thought he was killing a snake. Plenty of Indians'll kill snakes tonight, I guess, Joe Garner said. Them Indians, said Mrs. Garner. They drove along. The road turned off from the main highway and went up into the hills. It was hard pulling for the horses, and the boys got down and walked. The road was sandy. Nick looked back from the top of the hill by the schoolhouse. He saw the lights of Petoskey and, off across Little Traverse Bay, the lights of Harbour Springs. They climbed back in the wagon again. They ought to put some gravel on that stretch, Joe Garner said. The wagon went along the road through the woods. Joe and Mrs. Garner sat close together on the front seat. Nick sat between the 2 boys. The road came out into a clearing. Right here was where Pa ran over the skunk. It was further on. It don't make no difference where it was, Joe said without turning his head. One place is just as good as another to run over a skunk. I saw 2 skunks last night, Nick said. Where? Down by the lake. They were looking for dead fish along the beach. They were coons, probably, Carl said. They were skunks. I guess I know skunks, You ought to, Cal said. You got an Indian girl. Stop talking that way, Carl, said Mrs. Garner. Well, they smell about the same. Joe Garner laughed. You stop laughing, Joe, Mrs. Garner said. I won't have Carl talk that way. Have you got an Indian girl, Nicky? Joe asked. No. He has too, Pa, Frank said. Prudence Mitchell's his girl. She's not. He goes to see her every day. I don't. Nick, sitting between the two boys in the dark, felt hollow and happy inside himself to be teased about Prudence Mitchell. She ain't my girl, he said. Listen to him, said Carl. I see them together every day. Carl can't get a girl, his mother said. Not even a squaw. Carl was quiet. Carl ain't no good with girls, Frank said. You shut up. You're all right, Carl, Joe Garner said. Girls never got a man anywhere. Look at your pa. Yes, that's what you would say. Mrs. Garner moved close to Joe as the wagon jolted. Well, you had plenty of girls in your time. I'll bet Pa wouldn't ever have had a squaw for a girl. Don't you think it, Joe said. You better watch out to keep Prudy, Nick. His wife whispered to him, and Joe laughed. What you laughing at? Asked Frank. Don't you say it, Garner, his wife warned. Joe laughed again. Nicky can have Prudence, Joe Garner said. I got a good girl. That's the way to talk, Mrs. Garner said. The horses were pulling heavily in the sand. Joe reached out in the dark with the whip. Come on, pull into it. You'll have to pull harder than this tomorrow. They trotted down the long hill, the wagon jolting. At the farmhouse, everybody got down. Mrs. Garner unlocked the door, went inside, and came out with a lamp in her hand. Carl and Nick unloaded the things from the back of the wagon. Frank sat on the front seat to drive to the barn and put up the horses. Nick went up the steps and opened the kitchen door. Mrs. Garner was building a fire in the stove. She turned from pouring kerosene on the wood. Goodbye, Mrs. Garner, Nick said. Thanks for taking me. Oh, shucks, Nicky. I had a wonderful time. We like to have you. Won't you stay and eat some supper? I better go. I think Dad probably waited for me. Well, get along then. Send Carl up to the house, will you? All right. Good night, Nicky. Good night, Mrs. Garner. Nick went out the farmyard and down to the barn. Joe and Frank were milking. Good night, Nick said. I had a swell time. Good night, Nick, Joe Garner called. Aren't you going to stay and eat? No, I can't. Will you tell Carl his mother wants him? All right. Good night, Nicky. Nick walked barefoot along the path through the meadow below the barn. The path was smooth, and the dew was cool on his bare feet. He climbed a fence at the end of the meadow, went down through a ravine, his feet wet in the swamp mud, and then climbed up through the dry beech woods until he saw the lights of the cottage. He climbed over the fence and walked around to the front porch. Through the window, he saw his father sitting by the table, reading in the light from the big lamp. Nick opened the door and went in. "Well, Nicky," his father said, "was it a good day?" "I had a swell time, Dad. It was a swell 4th of July. Are you hungry?" "You bet." "What did you do with your shoes?" "I left them in the wagon at Garner's." "Come on out to the kitchen." Nick's father went ahead with the lamp. He stopped and lifted the lid of the icebox. Nick went on into the kitchen. His father brought in a piece of cold chicken on a plate and a pitcher of milk and put them on the table before Nick. He put down the lamp. "There's some pie too," he said. "Will that hold you?" "It's grand." His father sat down in a chair beside the oilcloth-covered table. He made a big shadow on the kitchen wall. "Who won the ball game?" "Petoskey, 5-3. His father sat watching him eat and filled his glass from the milk pitcher. Nick drank and wiped his mouth on his napkin. His father reached over to the shelf for the pie. He cut Nick a big piece. It was huckleberry pie. "What did you do, Dad?" "I went out fishing in the morning." "What did you get?" "Only perch." His father sat watching Nick eat the pie. "What did you do this afternoon?" Nick asked. "I went for a walk by the Indian camp." "Did you see anybody?" "The Indians were all in town getting drunk." "Didn't you see anybody at all?" "I saw your friend Prudy." "Where was she?" "She was in the woods with Frank Washburn. I ran onto them. They were having quite a time." His father was not looking at him. "What were they doing?" "I didn't stay to find out." "Tell me what they were doing." "I don't know," his father said. "I just heard them threshing around." "How did you know it was them?" "I saw them." "I thought you said you didn't see them." "Oh, yes, I saw them." "Who was it with her?" Nick asked. "Frank Washburn." Were they what? Were they happy?" "I guess so." His father got up from the table and went out the kitchen screen door. When he came back, Nick was looking at his plate. He had been crying. "Have some more." His father picked up the knife to cut the pie. "No," said Nick. "You'd better have another piece." "No, I don't want any." His father cleared off the table. "Where were they in the woods?" Nick asked. "Up back of the camp." Nick looked at his plate. His father said, "You better go to bed, Nick." "All right." Nick went into his room, undressed, and got into bed. He heard his father moving around in the living room. Nick lay in the bed with his face in the pillow. "My heart's broken," he thought. "If I feel this way, my heart must be broken." After a while, he heard his father blow out the lamp and go into his own room. He heard a wind come up in the trees outside and felt it come in cool through the screen. He lay for a long time with his face in the pillow, and after a while he forgot to think about Prudence, and finally he went to sleep. When he awoke in the night, he heard the wind in the hemlock trees outside the cottage, and the waves of the lake coming in on the shore, and he went back to sleep. In the morning, there was a big wind blowing, and the waves were running high up on the beach, and he was awake a long time before he remembered that his heart was broken. Hills like white elephants. The hills across the valley of the Ebro were long and white. On this side, there was no shade and no trees, and the station was between two lines of rails in the sun. Close against the side of the station, there was the warm shadow of the building, and a curtain made of strings of bamboo beads, hung across the open door into the bar to keep out flies. The American and the girl with him sat at a table in the shade outside the building. It was very hot, and the express from Barcelona would come in 40 minutes. It stopped at this junction for 2 minutes and went on to Madrid. "What should we drink?" the girl asked. She had taken off her hat and put it on the table. "It's pretty hot," the man said. "Let's drink beer." "Dos cervezas," the man said into the curtain. "Big ones?" a woman asked from the doorway. "Yes, 2 big ones." The woman brought 2 glasses of beer and 2 felt pads. She put the felt pads and the beer glasses on the table and looked at the man and the girl. The girl was looking off at the line of hills. They were white in the sun, and the country was brown and dry. "They look like white elephants," she said. "I've never seen one." The man drank his beer. "No, you wouldn't have." "I might have," the man said. "Just because you say I wouldn't have doesn't prove anything." The girl looked at the big curtain. "They've painted something on it," she said. "What does it say?" "Ernest del Toro. It's a drink. Could we try it?" The man called, "Listen," through the curtain. The woman came out from the bar. 4 reals. We want 2 Ernest de Toro. With water? Do you want it with water? I don't know, the girl said. Is it good with water? It's all right. You want them with water? Asked the woman. Yes, with water. It tastes like licorice, the girl said, and put the glass down. That's the way with everything. Yes, said the girl. Everything tastes of licorice, especially all the things you've waited so long for. Like absinthe. Oh, cut it out. You started it, the girl said. I was being amused. I was having a fine time. Well, let's try and have a fine time. All right, I was trying. I said the mountains looked like white elephants. Wasn't that bright? That was bright. I wanted to try this new drink. That's all we do, isn't it? Look at things and try new drinks. I guess so. The girl looked across at the hills. "They're lovely hills," she said. "They don't really look like white elephants. I just mean the coloring of their skin through the trees." "Should we have another drink?" "All right." The warm wind blew the bead curtain against the table. "The beer's nice and cool," the man said. "It's lovely," the girl said. "It's really an awfully simple operation, Jig," the man said. "It's not really an operation at all." The girl looked at the ground the table legs rested on. "I know you wouldn't mind it, Jig. It's really not anything. It's just to let the air in." The girl did not say anything. "I'll go with you, and I'll stay with you all the time." They just let the air in. And then it's all perfectly natural. "Then what will we do afterward?" "We'll be fine afterward, just like we were before." "What makes you think so?" "That's the only thing that bothers us. It's the only thing that's made us unhappy." The girl looked at the bead curtain, put her hand out, and took hold of 2 of the strings of beads. "And you think then we'll be all right and be happy?" "I know we will. You don't have to be afraid. I've known lots of people that have done it." "So have I," said the girl, "and afterward, they were all so happy." "Well," the man said, "if you don't want to, you don't have to. I wouldn't have you do it if you didn't want to, but I know it's perfectly simple." "And you really want to?" "I think it's the best thing to do. But I don't want you to do it if you don't really want to." "And if I do it, you'll be happy, and things will be like they were, and you'll love me?" "I love you now. You know I love you." "I know, but if I do it, then it will be nice again, if I say things are like white elephants, and you'll like it?" "I'll love it. I love it now, but I just can't think about it. You know how I get when I worry." "If I do it, you won't ever worry?" "I won't worry about that, because it's perfectly simple." "Then I'll do it, because I don't care about me." "What do you mean?" "I don't care about me." "Well, I care about you." "Oh, yes, but I don't care about me, and I'll do it, and then everything will be fine." "I don't want you to do it if you feel that way." The girl stood up and walked to the end of the station. Across, on the other side, were fields of grain and trees along the banks of the Ebro. Far away, beyond the river, were mountains. The shadow of a cloud moved across the field of grain, and she saw the river through the trees. "And we could have all this," she said. "And we could have everything, and every day we make it more impossible." "What did you say?" "I said we could have everything." "We can have everything." "No, we can't." "We can have the whole world." "No, we can't." "We can go everywhere." "No, we can't. It isn't ours anymore." "It's ours." No, it isn't. And once they take it away, you never get it back. But they haven't taken it away. We'll wait and see. Come on back in the shade, he said. You mustn't feel that way. I don't feel any way, the girl said. I just know things. I don't want you to do anything that you don't want to do. Nor that isn't good for me, she said. I know. Could we have another beer? All right. But you've got to realize. I realize, the girl said. Can't we maybe stop talking? They sat down at the table, and the girl looked across at the hills on the dry side of the valley, and the man looked at her and at the table. You've got to realize, he said, that I don't want you to do it if you don't want to. I'm perfectly willing to go through with it if it means anything to you. Doesn't it mean anything to you? We could get along. Of course it does. But I don't want anybody but you. I don't want anyone else. And I know it's perfectly simple. Yes, you know it's perfectly simple. It's all right for you to say that, but I do know it. Would you do something for me now? I'd do anything for you. Would you please, 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 please stop talking? He did not say anything, but looked at the bags against the wall of the station. There were labels on them from all the hotels where they had spent nights. But I don't want you to, he said. I don't care anything about it. I'll scream, the girl said. The woman came out through the curtains with 2 glasses of beer and put them down on the damp felt pads. The train comes in 5 minutes, she said. What did she say? Asked the girl. That the train is coming in 5 minutes. The girl smiled brightly at the woman to thank her. I'd better take the bags over to the other side of the station, the man said. She smiled at him. All right, then come back, and we'll finish the beer. He picked up the 2 heavy bags and carried them around the station to the other tracks. He looked up the tracks but could not see the train. Coming back, he walked through the bar room where people waiting for the train were drinking. He drank an anise at the bar and looked at the people. They were all waiting reasonably for the train. He went out through the bead curtain. She was sitting at the table and smiled at him. Do you feel better? He asked. I feel fine, she said. There's nothing wrong with me. I feel fine. A canary for one. The train passed very quickly a long, red stone house with a garden and 4 thick palm trees with tables under them in the shade. On the other side was the sea. Then there was a cutting through red stone and clay, and the sea was only occasionally and far below against rocks. I bought him in Palermo, the American lady said. We only had an hour ashore, and it was Sunday morning. The man wanted to be paid in dollars, and I gave him $1.50. He really sings very beautifully. It was very hot in the train, and it was very hot in the lit salon compartment. There was no breeze came through the open window. The American lady pulled the window blind down, and there was no more sea, even occasionally. On the other side there was glass, then the corridor, then an open window, and outside the window were dusty trees and an oiled road, and flat fields of grapes, with grey stone hills behind them. There was smoke from many tall chimneys coming into Marseilles, and the train slowed down and followed one track through many others into the station. The train stayed 25 minutes in the station at Marseilles, and the American lady bought a copy of the Daily Mail and a half bottle of Evian water. She walked a little way along the station platform, but she stayed near the steps of the car because at Cannes, where it stopped for 12 minutes, the train had left with no signal of departure, and she had only gotten on just in time. The American lady was a little deaf, and she was afraid that perhaps signals of departure were given and that she did not hear them. The train left the station in Marseilles, and there was not only the switchyards and the factory smoke, but, looking back, the town of Marseilles and the harbour with stone hills behind it, and the last of the sun on the water. As it was getting dark, the train passed a farmhouse burning in a field. Motor cars were stopped along the road, and bedding and things from inside the farmhouse were spread in the field. Many people were watching the house burn. After it was dark, the train was in Evian. People got on and off. At the newsstand, Frenchmen returning to Paris brought that day's French papers. On the station platform were Negro soldiers. They wore brown uniforms and were tall, and their faces shone close under the electric light. Their faces were very black, and they were too tall to stare. The train left Evian station with the Negroes standing there. A short, white sergeant was with them. Inside the lit salon compartment, the porter had pulled down the 3 beds from inside the wall and prepared them for sleeping. In the night, the American lady lay without sleeping because the train was a rapide and went very fast, and she was afraid of the speed in the night. The American lady's bed was the one next to the window. The canary, from Palermo, a cloth spread over his cage, was out of the draught in the corridor that went into the compartment washroom. There was a blue light outside the compartment, and all night the train went very fast, and the American lady lay awake and waited for a wreck. In the morning, the train was near Paris, and after the American lady had come out from the washroom, looking very wholesome and middle-aged, and American in spite of not having slept, and had taken the cloth off the birdcage and hung the cage in the sun, she went back to the restaurant car for breakfast. When she came back to the lit salon compartment again, the beds had been pushed back into the wall and made into seats. The canary was shaking his feathers in the sunlight that came through the open window, and the train was much nearer Paris. "He loves the sun," the American lady said. "He'll sing now, in a little while." The canary shook his feathers and pecked into them. "I've always loved birds," the American lady said. "I'm taking him home to my little girl. There, he's singing now." The canary chirped, and the feathers on his throat stood out. Then he dropped his bill and pecked into his feathers again. The train crossed a river and passed through a very carefully tended forest. The train passed through many outside of Paris towns. There were tramcars in the towns and big advertisements for the Beau Jardinier and Dubonnet and Pernod on the walls towards the train. All that the train passed through looked as though it were before breakfast. For several minutes I had not listened to the American lady, who was talking to my wife. "Is your husband American too?" asked the lady. "Yes," said my wife. "We're both Americans." "I thought you were English." "Oh, no." "Perhaps that was because I wore braces," I said. I had started to say suspenders and changed it to braces in the mouth to keep my English character. The American lady did not hear. She was really quite deaf. She read lips, and I had not looked toward her. I had looked out of the window. She went on talking to my wife. "I'm so glad you're Americans. American men make the best husbands," the American lady was saying. "That was why we left the continent, you know. My daughter fell in love with a man in Vevey." She stopped. "They were simply madly in love." She stopped again. "I took her away, of course." "Did she get over it?" asked my wife. "I don't think so," said the American lady. "She wouldn't eat anything, and she wouldn't sleep at all. I've tried so very hard, but she doesn't seem to take an interest in anything. She doesn't care about things. I couldn't have her marrying a foreigner." She paused. "Someone, a very good friend, told me once, no foreigner can make an American girl a good husband." "No," said my wife. "I suppose not." The American lady admired my wife's traveling coat, and it turned out that the American lady had bought her own clothes for 20 years now from the same maison de couturier in the Rue Saint-Honoré. They had her measurements, and a vendeuse who knew her and her tastes picked the dresses out for her, and they were sent to America. They came to the post office near where she lived uptown in New York, and the duty was never exorbitant, because they opened the dresses there in the post office to appraise them, and they were always very simple looking, and with no gold lace nor ornaments that would make the dresses look expensive. Before the present vendeuse, named Therese, there had been another vendeuse named Amélie. Altogether, there had been these 22 years. It had always been the same courtier. Prices, however, had gone up. The exchange, though, equalized that. They had her daughter's measurements now, too. She was grown up, and there was not much chance of their changing now. The train was now coming into Paris. The fortifications were levelled, but grass had not grown. There were many cars standing on tracks, brown wooden restaurant cars and brown wooden sleeping cars that would go to Italy at 5 o'clock that night, if that train still left at 5. The cars were marked Paris-Rome, and cars with seats on the roofs that went back and forth to the suburbs with, at certain hours, people in all the seats and on the roofs. If that were the way it was still done, and passing were the white walls and many windows of houses. Nothing had eaten any breakfast. "Americans make the best husbands," the American lady said to my wife. I was getting down the bags. "American men are the only men in the world to marry." "How long ago did you leave Vevey?" asked my wife. 2 years ago this fall. It's her, you know, that I'm taking the Canary to." "Was the man your daughter was in love with a Swiss?" "Yes," said the American lady. "He was from a very good family in Vevey. He was going to be an engineer. They met there in Vevey. They used to go on long walks together." "I know Vevey," said my wife. "We were there on our honeymoon." "Were you really? That must have been lovely. I had no idea, of course, that she'd fall in love with him." "It was a very lovely place," said my wife. "Yes," said the American lady. "Isn't it lovely? Where did you stop there?" "We stayed at the Trois Couronnes," said my wife. "It's such a fine old hotel," said the American lady. "Yes," said my wife. "We had a very fine room, and in the fall the country was lovely." "Were you there in the fall?" "Yes," said my wife. "We were passing 3 cars that had been in a wreck. They were splintered open, and the roofs sagged in. "Look," I said, "there's been a wreck." The American lady looked and saw the last car. "I was afraid of just that all night," she said. "I have terrific presentiments about things sometimes. I'll never travel on a rapid again at night. There must be other comfortable trains that don't go so fast." Then the train was in the dark at the Gare de Lyons, and then stopped and porters came up to the windows. I handed bags through the windows, and we were out on the dim longness of the platform, and the American lady put herself in charge of one of 3 men from Cook's, who said, "Just a moment, madame, and I'll look for your name." The porter brought a truck and piled on the baggage, and my wife said goodbye, and I said goodbye to the American lady, whose name had been found by the man from Cook's on a typewritten page in a sheaf of typewritten pages, which he replaced in his pocket. We followed the porter with the truck down the long cement platform beside the train. At the end was a gate, and a man took the tickets. We were returning to Paris to set up separate residences. In another country. In the fall, the war was always there, but we did not go to it anymore. It was cold in the fall in Milan, and the dark came very early. Then the electric lights came on, and it was pleasant along the streets, looking in the windows. There was much game hanging outside the shops, and the snow powdered in the fur of the foxes, and the wind blew their tails. The deer hung stiff and heavy and empty, and small birds blew in the wind, and the wind turned their feathers. It was a cold fall, and the wind came down from the mountains. We were all at the hospital every afternoon, and there were different ways of walking across the town through the dusk to the hospital. Two of the ways were alongside canals, but they were long. Always, though, you crossed a bridge across a canal to enter the hospital. There was a choice of 3 bridges. On one of them, a woman sold roasted chestnuts. It was warm, standing in front of her charcoal fire, and the chestnuts were warm afterward in your pocket. The hospital was very old and very beautiful, and you entered through a gate and walked across a courtyard and out a gate on the other side. There were usually funerals starting from the courtyard. Beyond the old hospital were the new brick pavilions, and there we met every afternoon and were all very polite and interested in what was the matter, and sat in the machines that were to make so much difference. The doctor came up to the machine where I was sitting and said, "What did you like best to do before the war? Did you practice a sport?" I said, "Yes, football." "Good," he said. "You will be able to play football again better than ever." My knee did not bend, and the leg dropped straight from the knee to the ankle without a calf, and the machine was to bend the knee and make it move as in riding a tricycle. But it did not bend yet, and instead the machine lurched when it came to the bending part. The doctor said, "That will all pass. You are a fortunate young man. You will play football again, like a champion." In the next machine was a major who had a little hand like a baby's. He winked at me when the doctor examined his hand, which was between 2 leather straps that bounced up and down and flapped the stiff fingers, and said, "And will I too play football, Captain Doctor?" He had been a very great fencer, and before the war, the greatest fencer in Italy. The doctor went to his office in a back room and brought a photograph which showed a hand that had been withered almost as small as the major's before it had taken a machine course, and after was a little larger. The major held the photograph with his good hand and looked at it very carefully. "A wound?" he asked. "An industrial accident," the doctor said. "Very interesting, the major said, and handed it back to the doctor. "You have confidence?" "No," said the major. There were 3 boys who came each day who were about the same age I was. They were all three from Milan, and one of them was to be a lawyer, and one was to be a painter, and one had intended to be a soldier. And after we were finished with the machines, sometimes we walked back together to the Cafe Cova, which was next door to the Scala. We walked the short way through the communist quarter because we were four together. The people hated us because we were officers. And from a wine shop, someone called out, "E basso gli ufficiali," as we passed. Another boy who walked with us sometimes and made us five wore a black silk handkerchief across his face because he had no nose then and his face was to be rebuilt. He had gone out to the front from the military academy and been wounded within an hour after he had gone into the front line for the first time. They rebuilt his face, but he came from a very old family, and they could never get the nose exactly right. He went to South America and worked in a bank. But this was a long time ago, and then we did not any of us know how it was going to be afterward. We only knew then that there was always the war, but that we were not going to it any more. We all had the same medals, except the boy with the black silk bandage across his face, and he had not been at the front long enough to get any medals. The tall boy, with a very pale face, who was to be a lawyer, had been a lieutenant of Arditi, and the three medals of the sort we each had only one of. He had lived a very long time with death, and was a little detached. We were all a little detached, and there was nothing that held us together except that we met every afternoon at the hospital. Although, as we walked to the Cova through the tough part of town, walking in the dark with light and singing coming out of the wine shops, and sometimes having to walk into the street when the men and women would crowd together on the sidewalk so that we would have to jostle them to get by, we felt held together by there being something that had happened that they, the people who disliked us, did not understand. We ourselves all understood the Cova, where it was rich and warm and not too brightly lighted, and noisy and smoky at certain hours, and there were always girls at the tables, and the illustrated papers on a rack on the wall. The girls at the Cova were very patriotic, and I found that the most patriotic people in Italy were the cafe girls, and I believe they are still patriotic. The boys at first were very polite about my medals, and asked me what I had done to get them. I showed them the papers, which were written in very beautiful language, and full of fratellanza and agnizione, but which really said, with the adjectives removed, that I had been given the medals because I was an American. After that, their manner changed a little toward me, although I was their friend against outsiders. I was a friend, but I was never really one of them after they had read the citations, because it had been different with them, and they had done very different things to get their medals. I had been wounded, it was true, But we all knew that being wounded, after all, was really an accident. I was never ashamed of the ribbons, though, and sometimes, after the cocktail hour, I would imagine myself having done all the things they had done to get their medals. But walking home at night, through the empty streets, with the cold wind, and all the shops closed, trying to keep near the street lights, I knew that I would never have done such things, and I was very much afraid to die, and often lay in bed at night by myself, afraid to die and wondering how I would be when I went back to the front again. The three, with the medals, were like hunting hawks, and I was not a hawk, although I might seem a hawk to those who had never hunted. They, the three, knew better, and so we drifted apart. But I stayed good friends with the boy who had been wounded his first day at the front, because he would never know now how he would have turned out. So he could never be accepted either, and I liked him because I thought perhaps he would not have turned out to be a hawk either. The major, who had been the great fencer, did not believe in bravery, and spent much time while we sat in the machines correcting my grammar. He had complimented me on how I spoke Italian, and we talked together very easily. One day I had said that Italian seemed such an easy language to me that I could not take a great interest in it. Everything was so easy to say. "Ah, yes," the major said. "Why then do you not take up the use of grammar?" So we took up the use of grammar, and soon Italian was such a difficult language that I was afraid to talk to him until I had the grammar straight in my mind. The major came very regularly to the hospital. I do not think he ever missed a day, although I am sure he did not believe in the machines. There was a time when none of us believed in the machines, and one day the major said it was all nonsense. The machines were new then, and it was not we who were to prove them. It was an idiotic idea, he said, a theory, like another. I had not learned my grammar, and he said I was a stupid, impossible disgrace, and he was a fool to have bothered with me. He was a small man, and he sat straight up in his chair, with his right hand thrust into the machine, and looked straight ahead at the wall while the straps thumped up and down with his fingers in them. "What will you do when the war is over, if it is over?" he asked me. "Speak grammatically." "I will go to the States." "Are you married?" "No, but I hope to be." "The more of a fool you are," he said. He seemed very angry. "A man must not marry." "Why, Signor Maggiore?" "Don't call me Signor Maggiore." "Why must not a man marry?" "He cannot marry. He cannot marry," he said angrily. "If he is to lose everything, he should not place himself in a position to lose that. He should not place himself in a position to lose. He should find things he cannot lose." He spoke very angrily and bitterly, and looked straight ahead while he talked. But why should he necessarily lose it? "He'll lose it." the Major said. He was looking at the wall. Then he looked down at the machine and jerked his little hand out from between the straps and slapped it hard against his thigh. "He'll lose it," he almost shouted. "Don't argue with me." Then he called to the attendant who ran the machines. "Come and turn this damned thing off." He went back into the other room for the light treatment and the massage. Then I heard him ask the doctor if he might use his telephone, and he shut the door. When he came back into the room, I was sitting in another machine. He was wearing his cape and had his cap on, and he came directly toward my machine and put his arm on my shoulder. "I am so sorry," he said, and patted me on the shoulder with his good hand. "I would not be rude. My wife has just died. You must forgive me." "Oh," I said, feeling sick for him. "I am so sorry." He stood there, biting his lower lip. "It is very difficult," he said. "I cannot resign myself." He looked straight past me and out through the window. Then he began to cry. "I am utterly unable to resign myself," he said and choked, and then crying, his head up, looking at nothing, carrying himself straight and soldierly, with tears on both his cheeks and biting his lips, he walked past the machines and out the door. The doctor told me that the Major's wife, who was very young and whom he had not married until he was definitely invalided out of the war, had died of pneumonia. She had been sick only a few days. No one expected her to die. The Major did not come to the hospital for 3 days. Then he came at the usual hour, wearing a black band on the sleeve of his uniform. When he came back, there were large framed photographs around the wall of all sorts of wounds before and after they had been cured by the machines. In front of the machine, the Major used were 3 photographs of hands like his that were completely restored. I do not know where the doctor got them. I always understood we were the first to use the machines. The photographs did not make much difference to the Major because he only looked out of the window. Cat in the Rain. There were only 2 Americans stopping at the hotel. They did not know any of the people they passed on the stairs on their way to and from their room. Their room was on the 2nd floor, facing the sea. It also faced the public garden and the war monument. There were big palms and green benches in the public garden. In the good weather, there was always an artist with his easel. Artists liked the way the palms grew and the bright colors of the hotel facing the gardens and the sea. Italians came from a long way off to look up at the war monument. It was made of bronze and glistened in the rain. It was raining. The rain dripped from the palm trees. Water stood in pools on the gravel path. The sea broke in a long line in the rain and slipped back down the beach to come up and break again in a long line in the rain. The motor cars were gone from the square by the war monument. Across the square, in the doorway of the cafe, a waiter stood looking out at the empty square. The American wife stood at the window, looking out. Outside, right under their window, a cat was crouched under one of the dripping green tables. The cat was trying to make herself so compact that she would not be dripped on. "I'm going down and get that kitty," the American wife said. "I'll do it," her husband offered from the bed. "No, I'll get it. The poor kitty out trying to keep dry under a table." The husband went on reading, lying propped up with the 2 pillows at the foot of the bed. "Don't get wet," he said. The wife went downstairs, and the hotel owner stood up and bowed to her as she passed the office. His desk was at the far end of the office. He was an old man and very tall. "Il piove," the wife said. She liked the hotel keeper. "Si, signora, brutto tempo. It's very bad weather." He stood behind his desk in the far end of the dim room. The wife liked him. She liked the deadly serious way he received any complaints. She liked his dignity. She liked the way he wanted to serve her. She liked the way he felt about being a hotel keeper. She liked his old heavy face and big hands. Liking him, she opened the door and looked out. It was raining harder. A man in a rubber cape was crossing the empty square to the cafe. The cat would be around to the right. Perhaps she could go along under the eaves. As she stood in the doorway, an umbrella opened behind her. It was the maid who looked after their room. "You must not get wet," she smiled, speaking Italian. Of course, the hotel keeper had sent her. With the maid holding the umbrella over her, she walked along the gravel path until she was under their window. The table was there, washed bright green in the rain, but the cat was gone. She was suddenly disappointed. The maid looked up at her. "Ha perduto qualche cosa, signora." "There was a cat," said the American girl. "A cat?" "Sì, il gatto." "A cat!" The maid laughed. "A cat in the rain." "Yes," she said. "Under the table." Then, oh, I wanted it so much. I wanted a kitty. When she talked English, the maid's face tightened. Come, Signora, she said. We must get back inside. You will be wet. I suppose so, said the American girl. They went back along the gravel path and passed in the door. The maid stayed outside to close the umbrella. As the American girl passed the office, the padrone bowed from his desk. Something felt very small and tight inside the girl. The padrone made her feel very small and at the same time really important. She had a momentary feeling of being of supreme importance. She went on up the stairs. She opened the door of the room. George was on the bed reading. Did you get the cat? He asked, putting the book down. It was gone. Wonder where it went to, he said, resting his eyes from reading. She sat down on the bed. I wanted it so much, she said. I don't know why I wanted it so much. I wanted that poor kitty. It isn't any fun to be a poor kitty out in the rain. George was reading again. She went over and sat in front of the mirror of the dressing table, looking at herself with the hand glass. She studied her profile, first one side and then the other. Then she studied the back of her head and her neck. Don't you think it would be a good idea if I let my hair grow out? She asked, looking at her profile again. George looked up and saw the back of her neck, clipped close like a boy's. I like it the way it is. I get so tired of it, she said. I get so tired of looking like a boy. George shifted his position in the bed. He hadn't looked away from her since she started to speak. You look pretty darn nice, he said. She laid the mirror down on the dresser and went over to the window and looked out. It was getting dark. I want to pull my hair back tight and smooth and make a big knot at the back that I can feel, she said. I want to have a kitty to sit on my lap and purr when I stroke her. Yeah? George said from the bed. And I want to eat at a table with my own silver, and I want candles. And I want it to be spring, and I want to brush my hair out in front of a mirror, and I want a kitty, and I want some new clothes. Oh, shut up and get something to read, George said. He was reading again. His wife was looking out of the window. It was quite dark now, and still raining in the palm trees. Anyway, I want a cat, she said. I want a cat. I want a cat now. If I can't have long hair or any fun, I can have a cat. George was not listening. He was reading his book. His wife looked out of the window, where the light had come on in the square. Someone knocked at the door. Avanti, George said. He looked up from his book. In the doorway stood the maid. She held a big tortoise-shell cat pressed tight against her and swung down against her body. Excuse me, she said. The padrone asked me to bring this for the signora. The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro is a snow-covered mountain 19,710 feet high and is said to be the highest mountain in Africa. Its western summit is called the Masai, Naji Nai, the House of God. Close to the western summit, there is the dried and frozen carcass of a leopard. No one has explained what the leopard was seeking at that altitude. The marvelous thing is that it's painless, he said. That's how you know when it starts. Is it really? Absolutely. I'm awfully sorry about the odor, though. That must bother you. Don't, please don't. Look at them, he said. Now is it sight or is it scent that brings them like that? The cot the man lay on was in the wide shade of a mimosa tree, and as he looked out past the shade onto the glare of the plain, there were 3 of the big birds squatted obscenely, while in the sky a dozen more sailed, making quick moving shadows as they passed. They've been there since the day the truck broke down, he said. Today's the first time any have lit on the ground. I watched the way they sailed very carefully at first, in case I ever wanted to use them in a story. That's funny now. I wish you wouldn't, she said. I'm only talking, he said. It's much easier if I talk, but I don't want to bother you. You know it doesn't bother me, she said. It's that I've gotten so very nervous not being able to do anything. I think we might make it as we can until the plane comes. Or until the plane doesn't come. Please tell me what I can do. There must be something I can do. You can take the leg off, and that might stop it, though I doubt it. Or you can shoot me. You're a good shot now. I taught you to shoot, didn't I? Please don't talk that way. Couldn't I read to you? Read what? Anything in the book bag that we haven't read. I can't listen to it, he said. Talking is the easiest. We quarrel, and that makes the time pass. I don't quarrel. I never want to quarrel. Let's not quarrel any more. No matter how nervous we get. Maybe they will be back with another truck today. Maybe the plane will come. I don't want to move, the man said. There is no sense in moving now, except to make it easier for you. That's cowardly. Can't you let a man die as comfortably as he can without calling him names? What's the use of slanging me? You're not going to die. Don't be silly. I'm dying now. Ask those bastards. He looked over to where the huge, filthy birds sat, their naked heads sunk in the hunched feathers. A 4th planed down to run quick-legged and then waddle slowly toward the others. They are around every camp. You never notice them. You can't die if you don't give up. Where did you read that? You're such a bloody fool. You might think about someone else. For Christ's sake, he said, That's been my trade." He lay then and was quiet for a while and looked across the heat shimmer of the plain to the edge of the bush. There were a few Tommies that showed minute and white against the yellow, and, far off, he saw a herd of zebra, white against the green of the bush. This was a pleasant camp under big trees against a hill, with good water, and close by a nearly dry waterhole where sand grouse flighted in the mornings. "Wouldn't you like me to read?" she asked. She was sitting on a canvas chair beside his cot. "There's a breeze coming up." "No, thanks." "Maybe the truck will come." "I don't give a damn about the truck." "I do." "You give a damn about so many things that I don't." "Not so many, Harry." "What about a drink?" "It's supposed to be bad for you. It's said in blacks to avoid all alcohol. You shouldn't drink." "Molo," he shouted. "Yes, bwana." "Bring whiskey soda." "Yes, bwana." "You shouldn't," she said. "That's what I mean by giving up. It says it's bad for you. I know it's bad for you." "No," he said, "it's good for me." So now it was all over, he thought. So now he would never have a chance to finish it. So this was the way it ended, in a bickering over a drink. Since the gangrene started in his right leg, he had no pain. And with the pain the horror had gone, and all he felt now was a great tiredness and anger that this was the end of it, for this that now was coming. He had very little curiosity. For years it had obsessed him, but now it meant nothing in itself. It was strange how easy being tired enough made it. Now he would never write the things that he had saved to write until he knew enough to write them well. Well, he would not have to fail at trying to write them either. Maybe you could never write them, and that was why you put them off and delayed the starting. Well, he would never know now. "I wish we'd never come," the woman said. She was looking at him, holding the glass and biting her lip. "You never would have gotten anything like this in Paris. You always said you loved Paris. We could have stayed in Paris or gone anywhere. I'd have gone anywhere. I said I'd go anywhere you wanted. If you wanted to shoot, we could have gone shooting in Hungary and being comfortable." "Your bloody money," he said. "That's not fair," she said. "It was always yours as much as mine. I left everything, and I went wherever you wanted to go, and I've done what you wanted to do, but I wish we'd never come here." "You said you loved it." "I did, when you were all right, but now I hate it. I don't see why that had to happen to your leg. What have we done to have that happen to us?" "I suppose what I did was to forget to put iodine on it when I first scratched it. Then I didn't pay any attention to it because I never infect. Then later, when it got bad, it was probably using that weak carbolic solution when the other antiseptics ran out that paralyzed the minute blood vessels and started the gangrene." He looked at her. "What else?" "I don't mean that. If we would have hired a good mechanic instead of a half-baked cuckoo driver, he would have checked the oil and never burned out that bearing in the truck. I don't mean that. If you hadn't left your own people, your goddamn old Westbury, Saratoga, Palm Beach, people to take me on, why, I loved you. That's not fair. I love you now. I'll always love you. Don't you love me? No, said the man. I don't think so. I never have. Harry, what are you saying? You're out of your head. No, I haven't any head to go out of. Don't drink that, she said. Darling, please don't drink that. We have to do everything we can. You do it, he said. I'm tired. Now, in his mind, he saw a railway station at Karagach, and he was standing with his pack, and that was the headlight of the Simplon Orient, cutting the dark now, and he was leaving Thrace. Then after the retreat. That was one of the things he had saved to write with in the morning at breakfast, looking out the window and seeing snow on the mountains in Bulgaria, and Nansen's secretary asking the old man if it was snow, and the old man looking at it and saying, "No, that's not snow. It's too early for snow." And the secretary repeating to the other girls, "No, you see, it's not snow," and them all saying, "It's not snow, we were mistaken." But it was the snow all right, and he sent them on into it when he evolved exchange of population. And it was snow they trampled along in until they died that winter. It was snow, too, that fell all Christmas week that year up in the Gorotel. That year they lived in the woodcutter's house with the big square porcelain stove that filled half the room, and they slept on mattresses filled with beech leaves. The time the deserter came with his feet bloody in the snow. He said the police were right behind him, and they gave him woolen socks, and how the gendarmes talking until the tracks had drifted over. In Schruns, on Christmas Day, the snow was so bright it hurt your eyes when you looked out from the Wayne's tube and saw everyone coming home from church. That was where they walked up the sleigh-smooth, urine yellow road, along the river with the steep pine hills, skis heavy on the shoulder, and where they ran that great run down the glacier above the Madlenia house. The snow was smooth to see as cake frosting, and as light as powder, and he remembered the noiseless rush the speed made as you dropped down like a bird. They were snowbound, a week in the Madlenia house, that time in the blizzard playing cards in the smoke by the lantern light, and the stakes were higher all the time as her Lent lost more. Finally, he lost it all, everything. The ski shul, money, and all the season's profit, and then his capital. He could see him with his long nose, picking up the cards and then opening. Sans vor. There was always gambling then. When there was no snow, you gambled, and when there was too much, you gambled. He thought of all the time in his life he had spent gambling. But he had never written a line of that, nor of that cold, bright Christmas day with the mountains showing across the plain that Barker had flown across the lines to bomb the Austrian officers' leave train, machine gunning them as they scattered and ran. He remembered Barker afterwards coming into the mess and starting to tell about it, and how quiet it got, and then somebody saying, "You bloody murderous bastard." Those were the same Austrians they killed then that he skied with later. No, not the same. Hans, that he skied with all that year, had been in the Kaiserjägers. And when they went hunting hares together up the little valley above the sawmill, they had talked of the fighting on Pasubio and of the attack on Pertisa and Assalone, and he had never written a word of that, nor of Montecorno, nor the said Commune, nor of Arcedio. How many winters had he lived in the Royalberg and the Auberg? It was 4, and then he remembered the man who had the fox to sell when they had walked to Bloodens, that time to buy presents, and the cherry pit taste of good kirsch, the fast slipping rush of running powder snow on crust, singing "Hi, ho," said Rowley, as you ran down the last stretch to the steep drop, taking it straight, then running the orchard in 3 turns, and out across the ditch and onto the icy road behind the inn, knocking your blinding loose, kicking the skis free and leaving them up against the wooden wall of the inn, the lamplight coming from the window, where inside, in the smoky, new wine-smelling warmth, they were playing the accordion. "Where did we stay in Paris?" he asked the woman who was sitting by him in a canvas chair, now in Africa. "At the Crillon, you know that." "Why do I know that?" "That's where we always stayed." "No, not always." "There, and at the Pavilion Henri Quatre in Saint-Germain. You said you loved it there." "Love is a dunghill," said Harry, "and I'm the cock that gets on it to crow." "If you have to go away," she said, "is it absolutely necessary to kill off everything you leave behind? I mean, do you have to take away everything? Do you have to kill your horse? And your wife? And burn saddle and your armour?" "Yes," he said, "your damned money was my armour, my swift and my armour." "Don't." "All right, I'll stop that. I don't want to hurt you." "It's a little bit late now." "All right then, I'll go on hurting you. It's more amusing. The only thing I've ever really liked to do with you, I can't do now." "No, that's not true. You like to do many things, and everything you wanted to do I did." "Oh, for Christ's sake, stop bragging, will you?" He looked at her and saw her crying. "Listen," he said, "do you think that it is fun to do this? I don't know why I'm doing it. It's trying to kill to keep yourself alive, I imagine. I was all right when we started talking. I didn't mean to start this, and now I'm crazy as a coot and being as cruel to you as I can be. Don't pay any attention, darling, to what I say. I love you, really. You know I love you. I've never loved anyone else the way I love you." He slipped into the familiar lie he made his bread and butter by. "You're sweet to me." "You bitch," he said. "You rich bitch. That's poetry. I'm full of poetry now. Rot and poetry. Rotten poetry." "Stop it! Harry, why do you have to turn it into a devil now?" "I don't like to leave anything," the man said. "I don't like to leave things behind." It was evening now, and he had been asleep. The sun was gone behind the hill, and there was a shadow all across the plain, and the small animals were feeding close to camp. quick dropping heads and switching tails. He watched them, keeping well out away from the bush now. The birds no longer waited on the ground. They were all perched heavily in a tree. There were many more of them. His personal boy was sitting by the bed. "Mem Sahib's gone to shoot," the boy said. "Does Bwana want?" "Nothing." She had gone to kill a piece of meat and, knowing how he liked to watch the game, she had gone well away so she would not disturb this little pocket of the plain that he could see. She was always thoughtful, he thought, on anything she knew about or had read or that she had ever heard. It was not her fault that when he went to her, he was already over. How could a woman know that you meant nothing that you said, that you spoke only from habit and to be comfortable? After he no longer meant what he said, his lies were more successful with women than when he had told them the truth. It was not so much that he lied as that there was no truth to tell. He had had his life, and it was over, and then he went on living it again with different people and more money, with the best of the same places and some new ones. You kept from thinking, and it was all marvelous. You were equipped with good insides, so that you did not go to pieces that way, the way most of them had, and you made an attitude that you cared nothing for the work you used to do, now that you could no longer do it. But in yourself, you said that you would write about these people, about the very rich, that you were really not of them, but a spy in their country, that you would leave it and write of it, and for once it would be written by someone who knew what he was writing of. But he would never do it, because each day of not writing, of comfort, of being that which he despised, dulled his ability and softened his will to work so that, finally, he did no work at all. The people he knew now were all much more comfortable when he did not work. Africa was where he had been happiest in the good time of his life, so he had come out here to start again. They had made this safari with the minimum of comfort. There was no hardship, but there was no luxury, and he had thought he could get back into training that way. That in some way he could work the fat off his soul the way a fighter went into the mountains to work and train in order to burn it out of his body. She had liked it. She said she loved it. She loved anything that was exciting, that involved a change of scene, where there were new people, and where things were pleasant. And he had felt the illusion of returning strength of will to work. Now if this was how it ended, and he knew it was, he must not turn like some snake biting itself because its back was broken. It wasn't this woman's fault. If it had not been she, it would have been another. If he lived by a lie, he should try to die by it. He heard a shot beyond the hill. She shot very well, this rich bitch, this kindly caretaker and destroyer of his talent. Nonsense. He had destroyed his talent himself. Why should he blame this woman because she kept him well? He had destroyed his talent by not using it, by betrayals of himself and what he believed in, by drinking so much that he blunted the edge of his perceptions, by laziness, by sloth, and by snobbery, by pride and by prejudice, by hook and by crook. What was this? A catalogue of old books? What was his talent anyway? It was a talent all right, but instead of using it, he had traded on it. It was never what he had done, but always what he could do. And he had chosen to make his living with something else instead of a pen or a pencil. It was strange too, wasn't it, that when he fell in love with another woman, that woman should always have more money than the last one. But when he no longer was in love, when he was only lying as to this woman now, who had the most money of all, who had all the money there was, who had had a husband and children, who had taken lovers and been dissatisfied with them, and who loved him dearly as a writer, as a man, as a companion, and as a proud possession. It was strange that when he did not love her at all and was lying, that he should be able to give her more for her money when he had really loved. We must all be cut out for what we do, he thought. However you make your living is where your talent lies. He had sold vitality in one form or another all his life, and when your affections are not too involved, you give much better value for the money. He had found that out, but he would never write that now either. No, he would not write that, although it was well worth writing. Now she came in sight, walking across the open toward the camp. She was wearing jodhpurs and carrying her rifle. The two boys had a Tommy slung, and they were coming along behind her. She was still a good-looking woman, he thought, and she had a pleasant body. She had a great talent and appreciation for the bed. She was not pretty, but he liked her face. She read enormously, liked to ride and shoot, and, certainly, she drank too much. Her husband had died when she was still a comparatively young woman, and for a while she had devoted herself to her two just-grown children, who did not need her and were embarrassed at having her about, to her stable of horses, to books, and to bottles. She liked to read in the evening before dinner, and she drank scotch and soda while she read. By dinner she was fairly drunk, and after a bottle of wine at dinner she was usually drunk enough to sleep. That was before the lovers. After she had the lovers, she did not drink so much because she did not have to be drunk to sleep. But the lovers bored her. She had been married to a man who had never bored her, and these people bored her very much. Then one of her two children was killed in a plane crash, and after that was over, she did not want the lovers, and drink being no anesthetic, she had to make another life. Suddenly, she had been acutely frightened of being alone, but she wanted someone that she respected with her. It had begun very simply. She liked what he wrote, and she had always envied the life he led. She thought he did exactly what he wanted to. The steps by which she had acquired him, and the way in which she had finally fallen in love with him, were all part of a regular progression in which she had built herself a new life, and he had traded away what remained of his old life. He had traded it for security, for comfort too. There was no denying that. And for what else? He did not know. She would have bought him anything he wanted. He knew that. She was a damned nice woman too. He would as soon be in bed with her as anyone. Rather with her, because she was richer, because she was very pleasant and appreciative, and because she never made scenes. And now this life that she had built again was coming to a term, because he had not used iodine 2 weeks ago when a thorn had scratched his knee as they moved forward, trying to photograph a herd of waterbucks standing, their heads up, peering while their nostrils searched the air, their ears spread wide to hear the first noise that would send them rushing into the bush. They had bolted, too, before he got the picture. Here she came now. He turned his head on the cot to look toward her. "Hello," he said. "I shot a tommy ram," she told him. "He'll make you good broth, and I'll have them mash some potatoes with the clim. How do you feel?" "Much better." "Isn't that lovely? You know, I thought perhaps you would. You were sleeping when I left." "I had a good sleep." "Did you walk far?" "No, just around behind the hill. I made quite a good shot on the tommy." "You shoot marvelously, you know." "I love it. I've loved Africa, really. If you're all right, it's the most fun that I've ever had. You don't know the fun it's been to shoot with you. I've loved the country." "I love it too." "Darling, you don't know how marvelous it is to see you feeling better. I couldn't stand it when you felt that way. You won't talk to me like that again, will you? Promise me." "No," he said. "I don't remember what I said." "You don't have to destroy me, do you? I'm only a middle-aged woman who loves you and wants to do what you want to do. I've been destroyed 2 or 3 times already. You wouldn't want to destroy me, would you?" "I'd like to destroy you a few times in bed," he said. "Yes, that's the good destruction. That's the way we're made to be destroyed. The plane will be here tomorrow." "How do you know?" "I'm sure. It's bound to come. The boys have the wood all ready and the grass to make the smudge. I went down and looked at it again today. There's plenty of room to land, and we have the smudges ready at both ends." "What makes you think it will come tomorrow?" "I'm sure it will. It's overdue now. Then, in town, they will fix up your leg, and then we will have some good destruction. Not that dreadful talking kind." "Should we have a drink? The sun is down." "Do you think you should?" "I'm having one." "We'll have one together." "Molo, Letty Dew, whiskey soda," she called. "You'd better put on your mosquito boots," he told her. "I'll wait till I bathe." While it grew dark, they drank, and just before it was dark, and there was no longer enough light to shoot, a hyena crossed the open on his way around the hill. "That bastard crosses there every night," the man said. "Every night for 2 weeks. He's the one makes the noise at night. I don't mind it. They're a filthy animal, though." Drinking together, with no pain now except the discomfort of lying in one position, the boys lighting a fire, its shadow jumping on the tents. He could feel the return of acquiescence in this life of pleasant surrender. She was very good to him. He had been cruel and unjust in the afternoon. She was a fine woman, marvellous really, and just then it occurred to him that he was going to die. It came with a rush, not as a rush of water nor of wind, but of a sudden evil-smelling emptiness, and the odd thing was that the hyena slipped slightly along the edge of it. "What is it, Harry?" she asked him. "Nothing," he said. "You had better move over to the other side, to windward." "Did Molo change the dressing?" "Yes, I'm just using the boric now." "How do you feel?" "A little wobbly." "I'm going in to bathe," she said. "I'll be right out. I'll eat with you, and then we'll put the cot in." So, he said to himself, we did well to stop the quarrelling. We had never quarrelled much with this woman, while the woman that he loved, he had quarrelled so much. They had finally, always, with the corrosion of the quarrelling, killed what they had together. He had loved too much, demanded too much, and he wore it all out. He thought about alone in Constantinople, that time, having quarrelled in Paris before he had gone out. He had whored the whole time, and then, when that was over, and he had failed to kill his loneliness, but only made it worse, he had written her, the first one, the one who left him, a letter telling her how he had never been able to kill it. How when he thought he saw outside the Regents one time, it made him go all faint and sick inside, and that he would follow a woman who looked like her in some way along the boulevard, afraid to see it was not she, afraid to lose the feeling it gave him. How every one he had slept with had only made him miss her more. How what she had done could never matter, since he knew he could not cure himself of loving her. He wrote this letter at the club, cold sober, and mailed it to New York, asking her to write him at the office in Paris. That seemed safe, and that night, missing her so much, it made him feel hollow sick inside. He wandered up past Taksim's, picked a girl up, and took her out to supper. He had gone to a place to dance with her afterward. She danced badly, and left her for a hot Armenian slut that swung her belly against him so it almost scolded. He took her away from a British gunner subaltern after a row. The gunner asked him outside, and they fought in the street on the cobbles in the dark. He had hit him twice, hard, on the side of the jaw, and when he didn't go down, he knew he was in for a fight. The gunner hit him in the body, then beside his eye. He swung with his left again and landed, and the gunner fell on him and grabbed his coat and tore the sleeve off, and he clubbed him twice behind the ear, and then smashed him with his right as he pushed him away. When the gunner went down, his head hit first, and he ran with the girl because they heard the MPs coming. They got into a taxi and drove out to Rimini Hissa, along the Bosphorus and around, and back in the cool night and went to bed, and she felt as overripe as she looked, but smooth, rose-petal, syrupy, smooth-bellied, big-breasted, and needed no pillow under her buttocks. And he left her before she was awake, looking blousy enough in the first daylight, and turned up at the Pier Palace with a black eye, carrying his coat because one sleeve was missing. That same night he left for Anatolia, and he remembered later on that trip, riding all day through fields of the poppies that they raised for opium, and how strange it made you feel, finally, and all the distances seemed wrong to where they had made the attack with the newly arrived Constantine officers that did not know a goddamned thing, and the artillery had fired into the troops, and the British observer had cried like a child. That was the day he'd first seen dead men wearing white ballet skirts and upturned shoes with pom-poms on them. The Turks had come steadily and lumpily, and he had seen the skirted men running, and the officers shooting into them, and running then themselves, and he and the British observer had run too, until his lungs ached, and his mouth was full of the taste of pennies. And they stopped behind some rocks, and there were the Turks, coming as lumpily as ever. Later, he had seen the things that he could never think of, and later still, he had seen much worse. So when he got back to Paris that time, he could not talk about it or stand to have it mentioned. And there in the cafe, as he passed, was that American poet, with a pile of saucers in front of him, and a stupid look on his potato face, talking about the Dada movement, with a Romanian who said his name was Tristan Tzara, who always wore a monocle and had a headache, and back at the apartment with his wife that now he loved again, the quarrel all over, the madness all over, glad to be home, the office sent his mail up to the flat. So then the letter in answer to the one he'd written came in on a platter one morning, and when he saw the handwriting, he went cold all over and tried to slip the letter underneath another. But his wife said, "Who is that letter from, dear?" And that was the end of the beginning of that. He remembered the good times with them all, and the quarrels. They always picked the finest places to have the quarrels. And why had they always quarrelled when he was feeling best? He had never written any of that because, at first, he never wanted to hurt anyone, and then it seemed as though there was enough to write without it. But he had always thought that he would write it finally. There was so much to write. He had seen the world change, not just the events, although he had seen many of them, and had watched the people, but he had seen the subtler change, and he could remember how the people were at different times. He had been in it, and he had watched it, and it was his duty to write of it. But now he never would. "How do you feel?" she said. She had come out from the tent now after her bath. All right. Could you eat now? He saw Molo behind her, with the folding table, and the other boy with the dishes. I want to write, he said. You ought to take some broth to keep your strength up. I'm going to die tonight, he said. I don't need my strength up. Don't be melodramatic, Harry, please, she said. Why don't you use your nose? I'm rotted halfway at my thigh now. What the hell should I fool with broth for? Molo, bring whiskey soda. Please take the broth, she said gently. All right. The broth was too hot. He had to hold it in the cup until it cooled enough to take it, and then he just got it down without gagging. You're a fine woman, he said. Don't pay any attention to me. She looked at him with her well-known, well-loved face from Spur and Town and Country, only a little the worse for drink, only a little the worse for bed. But Town and Country never showed those good breasts and those useful things and those lightly small-of-back caressing hands. And as he looked and saw her well-known, pleasant smile, he felt death come again. This time there was no rush. It was a puff, as of a wind that makes a candle flicker and the flame go tall. They can bring my net out later and hang it from the tree and build the fire up. I'm not going in the tent tonight. It's not worth moving. It's a clear night. There won't be any rain. So this was how you died, in whispers that you did not hear. Well, there would be no more quarrelling. He could promise that. The one experience that he had never had, he was not going to spoil now. He probably would. You spoiled everything. But perhaps he wouldn't. You can't take dictation, can you? I never learned, she told him. That's all right. There wasn't time, of course, although it seemed as though it telescoped so that you might put it all into one paragraph if you could get it right. There was a log house, chinked white with mortar, on a hill above the lake. There was a bell on a pole by the door to call the people in to meals. Behind the house were fields, and behind the fields was the timber. A line of Lombardy poplars ran from the house to the dock. Other poplars ran along the point. A road went up to the hills along the edge of the timber, and along that road he picked blackberries. Then that log house was burned down, and all the guns that had been on deer-foot racks above the open fireplace were burned, and afterwards their barrels, with the lead melted in the magazines, and the stocks burned away, lay out on the heap of ashes that were used to make lye for the big iron soap kettles. And you asked Grandfather if you could have them to play with, and he said no. You see, they were his guns still, and he never bought any others, nor did he hunt any more. The house was rebuilt in the same place out of lumber now, and painted white, and from its porch you saw the poplars and the lake beyond. But there were never any more guns. The barrels of the guns that had hung on the deer feet on the wall of the log house, lay out there on the heap of ashes, and no one ever touched them. In the Black Forest, after the war, we rented a trout stream, and there were 2 ways to walk to it. One was down the valley from Triberg, and around the valley road in the shade of the trees that bordered the white road, and then up a side road that went up through the hills past many small farms, with the big Schwarzwald houses, until that road crossed the stream. That was where our fishing began. The other way was to climb steeply up to the edge of the woods, and then go across the top of the hills through the pine woods, and then out to the edge of a meadow, and down across this meadow to the bridge. There were birches along the stream, and it was not big, but narrow, clear and fast, with pools where it had cut under the roots of the birches. At the hotel in Triberg, the proprietor had a fine season. It was very pleasant, and we were all great friends. The next year came the inflation, and the money he had made the year before was not enough to buy supplies to open the hotel, and he hanged himself. You could dictate that, but you could not dictate the place Kontraskarp, where the flower sellers dyed their flowers in the street, and the dye ran over the paving, where the autobus started, and the old men and the woman always drunk on wine and bad mark, and the children with their noses running in the cold, the smell of dirty sweat and poverty and drunkenness at the Café des Amateurs, and the whores at the Beau Masset. They lived above. The concierge who entertained the trooper of the Garde Républicaine in her lodge, his horsehair plumed helmet on a chair. The locateer across the hall, whose husband was a bicycle racer, and her joy that morning at the Crémière, where she had opened Le Auto, and seen where he placed 3rd in Paris Tours, his first big race. She had blushed and laughed, and then gone upstairs crying with the yellow sporting paper in her hand. The husband of the woman who ran the Beau Masset drove a taxi, and when he, Harry, had to take an early plane, the husband knocked upon the door to wake him, and they each drank a glass of white wine at the zinc of the bar before they started. He knew his neighbors in that quarter then because they all were poor. Around that place there were 2 kinds, the drunkards and the sportives. The drunkards killed their poverty that way. The sportives took it out in exercise. They were the descendants of the communards, and it was no struggle for them to know their politics. They knew who had shot their fathers, their relatives, their brothers, and their friends when the Versailles troops came in and took the town after the Commune and executed anyone they could catch with calloused hands, or who wore a cap or carried any other sign he was a working man. And in that poverty, and in that quarter across the street from a Boucher Chevaline and a wine cooperative, he had written the start of all he was to do. There never was another part of Paris that he loved like that. The sprawling trees, the old white plastered houses painted brown below, the long green of the autobus in that round square, the purple flower dye upon the paving, the sudden drop down the hill of the Rue Cardinal Lemonnier to the river, and the other way the narrow, crowded world of the Rue Mouffetard, the street that ran up toward the Pantheon, and the other that he always took with the bicycle, the only asphalted street in all that quarter, smooth under the tires, with the high, narrow houses and the cheap, tall hotel where Paul Verlaine had died. There were only 2 rooms in the apartments where they lived, and he had a room on the top floor of that hotel that cost him 60 francs a month, where he did his writing, and from it he could see the roofs and chimney pots and all the hills of Paris. From the apartment, you could only see the wood and the coal man's place. He sold wine too, bad wine. The golden horse's head outside the Boucherie Chevaline, where the carcasses hung yellow gold and red in the open window, and the green painted cooperative, where they bought their wine, good wine and cheap. The rest was plaster walls and the windows of the neighbors. The neighbors who, at night, when someone lay drunk in the street, moaning and groaning in the typical French ivresse, that you were propaganded to believe did not exist, would open their windows, and then the murmur of talk. Where is the policeman? When you don't want him, the bugger is always there. He's sleeping with some concierge. Get the agent. Till someone threw a bucket of water from a window and the moaning stopped. What's that? Water. Ah, that's intelligent. And the windows shutting. Marie, his femme de ménage, protesting against the 8-hour day, saying, if a husband works until 6, he gets only a little drunk on the way home and does not waste too much. If he works only until 5, he is drunk every night, and one has no money. It is the wife of the working man who suffers from this shortening of hours. Wouldn't you like some more broth? The woman asked him now. No, thank you very much. It is awfully good. Try just a little. I would like a whiskey soda. It's not good for you. No, it's bad for me. Cole Porter wrote the words and the music. This knowledge that you're going mad for me. You know I like you to drink. Oh yes, only it's bad for me. When she goes, he thought, I'll have all I want. Not all I want, but all there is. He was tired, too tired. He was going to sleep a little while. He lay still, and death was not there. It must have gone around another street. It went in pairs, on bicycles, and moved absolutely, silently, on the pavements. No, he had never written about Paris, not the Paris that he cared about. But what about the rest that he had never written? What about the ranch and the silvered grey of the sagebrush, the quick, clear water in the irrigation ditches, and the heavy green of the alfalfa. The trail went up into the hills, and the cattle in the summer were shy as deer. The bawling and the steady noise and slow-moving mass raising a dust as you brought them down in the fall. And behind the mountains, the clear sharpness of the peak in the evening light, and riding down along the trail in the moonlight, bright across the valley. Now he remembered coming down through the timber in the dark, holding the horse's tail when you could not see, and all the stories that he meant to write. About the half-wit choir boy who was left at the ranch that time and told not to let anyone get any hay, and that old bastard from the Forks who had beaten the boy when he had worked for him, stopping to get some feed. The boy refusing, and the old man saying he would beat him again. The boy got the rifle from the kitchen and shot him when he tried to come into the barn, and when they came back to the ranch, he'd been dead a week, frozen in the corral, and the dogs had eaten part of him. But what was left you packed on a sled, wrapped in a blanket, and roped on, and you got the boy to help you haul it, and the two of you took it out over the road on skis, and 60 miles down to town to turn the boy over, he having no idea that he would be arrested, thinking he had done his duty and that you were his friend and he would be rewarded. He'd helped to haul the old man in so everybody could know how bad the old man had been, and how he tried to steal some feed that didn't belong to him. And when the sheriff put the handcuffs on the boy, he couldn't believe it. Then he started to cry. That was one story he saved to write. He knew at least 20 good stories from out there, and he had never written one. Why? "You tell them why," he said. "Why what, dear?" "Why nothing." She didn't drink so much now, since she had him. But if he lived, he would never write about her. He knew that now. Nor about any of them. The rich were dull, and they drank too much, or they played too much backgammon. They were dull, and they were repetitious. He remembered poor Julian, and his romantic awe of them, and how he had started a story once that began, "The very rich are different from you and me," and how someone had said to Julian, "Yes, they have more money." But that was not humorous to Julian. He thought they were a special glamorous race, and when he found they weren't, it wrecked him just as much as any other thing that wrecked him. He had been contemptuous of those who wrecked. You did not have to like it because you understood it. He could beat anything, he thought, because no thing could hurt him if he did not care. All right. Now he would not care for death. One thing he had always dreaded was the pain. He could stand pain as well as any man, until it went on too long and wore him out. But here he had something that had hurt frightfully, and just when he had felt it breaking him, the pain had stopped. He remembered long ago when Williamson, the bombing officer, had been hit by a stick bomb. Someone in a German patrol had thrown as he was coming in through the wire that night and, screaming, had begged everyone to kill him. He was a fat man, very brave and a good officer, although addicted to fantastic shows. But that night he was caught in the wire, with a flare lighting him up, and his bowels spilled out into the wire. So when they brought him in, alive, they had to cut him loose. "Shoot me, Harry! For Christ's sake, shoot me!" They had had an argument one time about our Lord never sending you anything you could not bear, and someone's theory had been that meant that a certain time the pain passed you out automatically. But he had always remembered Williamson that night. Nothing passed out Williamson until he gave him all his morphine tablets that he had always saved to use himself, and then they did not work right away. Still, this now that he had was very easy, and if it was no worse, as it went on, there was nothing to worry about, except that he would rather be in better company. He thought a little about the company that he would like to have. No, he thought, when everything you do too long and do too late, you can't expect to find the people still there. The people all are gone. The party's over, and you are with your hostess now. I'm getting as bored with dying as with everything else, he thought. It's a bore, he said out loud. What is, my dear? Anything you do too bloody long. He looked at her face between him and the fire. She was leaning back in the chair, and the firelight shone on her pleasantly lined face, and he could see that she was sleepy. He heard the hyena make a noise just outside the range of the fire. I've been writing, he said, but I got tired. Do you think you will be able to sleep? Pretty sure. Why don't you turn in? I like to sit here with you. Do you feel anything strange? He asked her. No, just a little sleepy. I do, he said. He had just felt death come by again. You know, the only thing I've never lost is curiosity, he said to her. You've never lost anything. You're the most complete man I've ever known. Christ, he said, how little a woman knows. What is that, your intuition? Because just then death had come and rested its head on the foot of the cot, and he could smell its breath. Never believe any of that about a scythe and a skull, he told her. It can be two bicycle policemen as easily, or be a bird, or it can have a wide snout like a hyena. It had moved up on him now, but it had no shape any more. It simply occupied space. Tell it to go away. It did not go away, but moved a little closer. You've got a hell of a breath, he told it, you stinking bastard. It moved up closer to him still, and now he could not speak to it. And when it saw he could not speak it, came a little closer. And now he tried to send it away without speaking, but it moved in on him, so its weight was all upon his chest. And while it crouched there, and he could not move or speak, he heard the woman say, "Juana is asleep now. Take the cot up very gently and carry it into the tent." He could not speak to tell her to make it go away, and it crouched now, heavier, so he could not breathe. And then, while they lifted the cot, suddenly it was all right, and the weight went from his chest. It was morning, and had been morning for some time, and he heard the plane. It showed very tiny, and then made a wide circle, and the boys ran out and lit the fires, using kerosene, and piled on grass, so there were 2 big smudges at each end of the level place, and the morning breeze blew them toward the camp. And the plane circled twice more, low this time, and then glided down and leveled off, and landed smoothly, and, walking toward him, was old Compton in slacks, a tweed jacket, and a brown felt hat. "What's the matter, old cock?" Compton said. "Bad leg," he told him. "Will you have some breakfast?" "Thanks, I'll just have some tea. It's the puss moth, you know. I won't be able to take them in, Sahib. There's only room for one. Your lorry is on the way." Helen had taken Compton aside and was speaking to him. Compton came back more cheery than ever. "We'll get you right it," he said. "I'll be back for the mem. Now I'm afraid I'll have to stop at Arusha to refuel. We'd better get going." "What about the tea?" "I don't really care about it, you know." The boys had picked up the cot and carried it around the green tents and down along the rock and out into the plain and along past the smudges that were burning brightly now, the grass all consumed, and the wind fanning the fire to the little plain. It was difficult getting him in, but once in, he lay back in the leather seat, and the leg was stuck straight out to one side of the seat where Compton sat. Compton started the motor and got in. He waved to Helen and to the boys, and, as the clatter moved into the old familiar roar, they swung around with Compy, watching for warthog holes, and roared, bumping, along the stretch between the fires, and with the last bump rose, and he saw them all standing below, waving, and the camp beside the hill, flattening now, and the plain spreading clumps of trees, and the bush flattening, while the game trails ran now smoothly to the dry water holes, and there was a new water that he had never known of. The zebra, small rounded backs now, and the wildebeest, big-headed dots seeming to climb as they moved in long fingers across the plain, now scattering as the shadow came toward them. They were tiny now, and the movement had no gallop, and the plain, as far as you could see, grey-yellow now, and ahead old Compy's tweed back and the brown felt hat. Then they were over the first hills, and the wildebeest were trailing up them, and then they were over mountains with sudden depths of green rising forest and the solid bamboo slopes, and then the heavy forest again, sculptured into peaks and hollows until they crossed, and hills sloped down, and then another plain, hot now and purple-brown, bumpy with heat, and Compy looking back to see how he was riding. Then there were other mountains dark ahead. And then, instead of going on to Arusha, they turned left. He evidently figured that they had the gas. And looking down, he saw a pink, sifting cloud, moving over the ground, and in the air, like the first snow in a blizzard that comes from nowhere, and he knew the locusts were coming up from the south. Then they began to climb, and they were going to the east, it seemed, and then it darkened, and they were in a storm, the rain so thick it seemed like flying through a waterfall, and then they were out, and Compy turned his head and grinned and pointed, and there, ahead, all he could see, as wide as all the world, great, high, and unbelievably white in the sun, was the square top of Kilimanjaro. And then he knew that there was where he was going. Just then, the hyena stopped whimpering in the night and started to make a strange, human, almost crying sound. The woman heard it and stirred uneasily. She did not wake. In her dream, she was at the house on Long Island, and it was the night before her daughter's debut. Somehow, her father was there, and he had been very rude. Then the noise the hyena made was so loud she woke, and for a moment she did not know where she was, and she was very afraid. Then she took the flashlight and shone it on the other cot that they had carried in after Harry had gone to sleep. She could see his bulk under the mosquito bar, but somehow he had gotten his leg out, and it hung down alongside the cot. The dressings had all come down, and she could not look at it. "Molo," she called. "Molo, Molo." Then she said, "Harry, Harry." Then her voice rising, "Harry, please, oh Harry." There was no answer, and she could not hear him breathing. Outside the tent, the hyena made the same strange noise that had awakened her. But she did not hear him for the beating of her heart.